Chapter 1, Endless Dimensional Exchange Group. Ding! Please invite 3 members to join the Endless Dimensional Exchange Group. An ice-cold voice suddenly rang in Su Chen's mind, and he got up from the bed in shock, staring at him with an incredible face. A blue virtual screen appeared in front of him, with 5 strange names listed among them. I am not a slime. The 4th generation of Naruto. Little Taoist from the poor. Tony has no money. My little cutie. Endless Dimensional Exchange Group? Are these names all from other dimensions, and they are also screen names? After forcing himself to calm down, Su Chen muttered in a low voice. He is not a person in this world. Since coming to this world inexplicably 3 hours ago, he still has the feeling of living in a dream. Because the myths and legends in the original world have become reality in this world. In this world, cultivators are in full view, and demons and monsters are raging in all directions. Even in this day, he has seen several handsome sword repairmen flying in the air with swords, but unfortunately, he is not qualified to talk to those high-ranking practitioners. He can even find the realm of practitioners on the internet. The realm of practitioners is divided into 6 levels, namely, the first feeling, the pulse, the sea of spirit, the heart, the dharma, and the fruit. The ability to search for the realm of practitioners from the internet shows that the practice is for the entire society and there is no hidden. At the worst, perhaps this world is not peaceful and stable, and practitioners also need the power of ordinary people. At least they need to screen out a large number of talented people from ordinary people. Fine, let's take a look at this Endless Dimension Exchange Group first. What's the role? Su Chen took a deep breath, meditating in his heart. Immediately, he slowly raised his right hand and chose to invite me not to be a slime, Naruto 4th generation, and Tony without money. I am not a slime. The owner of this name is very likely to be a slime, even though it is a low-level monster. However, since it can be selected by the Endless Dimensional Exchange Group, it means that it should not be an ordinary slime. If it is the King of Meng hanging on the wall, it would be great. As for the 4th generation of Naruto, if he expected it well, it should be a powerful Naruto with the Golden Glitter title. As for Tony's no money, this name alone has exposed everything. As for the remaining 2, the little Daoist from the poor and my little cute, there are too many little Daoists in the endless dimension. If this is a liar, it would be really embarrassing. The last one, my little cutie, who knows who this is? Please name yourself. Tao Master. The corner of Su Chen's mouth curled up and said with a smile. The name of the group leader should naturally be domineering, otherwise, how to frighten the people in the group? The people in the group are not ordinary people, and their temperaments will definitely exceed one's imagination. Ding! Dao Master invited me not a slime to join the Endless Dimensional Exchange Group. Ding! Dao Master invited Naruto 4th generation to join the Endless Dimensional Exchange Group. Ding! The Taoist invited Tony to join the Endless Dimension Exchange Group if he has no money. Then, the group chat page went silent. Why don't these 3 people speak? Su Chen frowned slightly and whispered to himself. Have you been deceived? Soon, someone couldn't stand their temper and began to speak. Apparently they had been diving just now. Tony has no money. The current virtual reality technology has reached this level? Can it even be directly projected on my brain without wearing the equipment? Interesting. If you are here to pull investment, then I admit that the technology really moved me. I'm not a slime, hey? I've become a slime. Can I still influence me across the world? Tony has no money, slimes? Are you kidding me? I'm not a slime, I'm not kidding. I now have a new name, Limlo Tempest. I used to be a human, but now I am really a slime. Tony doesn't have any money, hat. People nowadays, really for the sake of investment, they can make up any lie and return slimes. Why don't you say that you have eaten dragons? I'm not a slime, how do you know? No, I don't count as eating. I just let the storm dragon stay in my stomach for a while, and when I find a way to remove the seal, it will be released. Tony has no money. Say you are fat, are you still breathing? Ding, the Taoist master turned on the mute of all members. Taoist master, the deity is the Taoist, the master of the Tao, and the end of all roads. To be able to come here, you need to take good advantage of this opportunity to transcend everything, don't be presumptuous. Chapter 2, Suzyoj. Ding, the Taoist master closed all members' mute. The fourth generation of Naruto, master of Tao, at the end of all roads, it seems that I joined an incredible organization. And the strength of this adult, I am afraid that he has reached the level of destroying the world? Perhaps it is better than the legend. The 6 immortals, are they stronger? Tony has no money, yet, the fourth generation of eyes are also bubbling? But how do you talk? What do you mean by reaching the end of the world of destruction, and there are 6 immortals, should they be people in your world? Even the world is weak and small. Existence, how can it be compared with our group leader? The fourth generation of Naruto. How did he look at this sentence, but he didn't know how to refute it. This Tony has no money, he seems right. I am not a slime, is the group leader so powerful? But when can I really recover my body? Tony has no money, little slime, don't panic, the group owner is so awesome, wouldn't it be easy for you to recover? The fourth generation of Naruto, yes, little slime, the group leader is a big Taoist. If you have a great relationship with the group leader in the future, it will be absolutely trivial to restore your personal body. The group soon became lively, and the 3 of them were like confidants. They met each other late, and there was a tendency to add 99 news every minute. As the 3 of them chatted, Su Chen also knew that I was not a slime. Unsurprisingly, this slime is really the cute King Limru, that super gangster. No, it's a complex of super plugins. In fact, watching the 3 of them chatting, there is a question that has been entangled in his mind. Why suddenly, the attitude of the 3 of them changed drastically? Especially the tone of Mr. Tony's big shit, the most rapid change, from just opening disdain and indifferent, directly to the beginning of shouting the group leader. Is this weird? The chairman of Stark Industries, a proud genius, would believe this so easily. Did something happen just now that he didn't know? Well, leaving aside Rimru for the time being, at this stage, I still have to think about how to fudge things from Tony and the 4th generation goal. Su Chen rubbed his chin and fell into contemplation. If it is obtained with the identity of the Taoist master, wouldn't it be directly exposed? After all, the ruler of Tao, the stalwart power at the end of all roads, how could they ask for these inferior garbage? Even if you are interested, isn't it a question of thought? Ding, the group owner's privilege is enabled, and the group owner can use multiple vests in the exchange group. An icy voice rang in Su Chen's mind, which made Su Chen's gaze stagnant. Because of the privilege of the group leader, it was too time to come. Immediately his mind moved, and a brand new message appeared on the virtual screen. Tao Master invited Suzyoj to join the Endless Dimension Exchange Group. Ding, the Taoist Master set Suzyoj as the administrator of the Endless Dimension Exchange Group. Tony has no money. Tony has no money, welcome the boss. A warm welcome. A tearful welcome. I'm not a slime, welcome the boss. A warm welcome. A tearful welcome. Naruto 4, welcome to the boss. A warm welcome. A tearful welcome. As soon as I entered, I was set by the group owner to become an administrator. I can't go wrong. This is definitely a big time figure. Brother Su, Mr. Tony, Limru, Bo Feng Shui Men, the 3 of you don't need to be so polite. Tony has no money. Tony has no money? Wait, administrator, you know my name, I can understand it, but what's the matter with the title of Tony shit? This big man, if he can know the Taoist master, it is normal to know his name. But Mr. Tony shit, can he ask for this name? He is also the chairman of Stark Industries at any rate. Chapter 3, Only Bragging Slime. Brother Sue, Tony Stark, say hurry up, isn't it just a big Tony shit? I'm not a slime, yes, that's right, this name sounds so interesting, so interesting. Naruto 4, you say that, it's really, very interesting. Tony has no money, hey, if we don't live in different worlds, I have to let you know why the flowers are so red. Brother Sue, sorry, excuse me, Mr. Tony Big Shit, it seems that you are the best in this exchange group. In fact, after saying this, Su Chen felt a little confused and embarrassed. Because in this group, he is the most dish, there is no one. But there is no way, for his own purposes, he can only bite the bullet and fool around. Tony has no money, well? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I don't understand the fourth generation of ice, can I be better than a slime who can only brag? Tony doesn't have any money, a slime in a mere paltry, can it turn the tide? Yes, in his heart, Limru is a bragging slime. No matter where the slime is, it is the lowest level monster. Even if the soul of a normal person lives in this slime, what about it? Slime, after all, it's just a slime. At most, this slime is quite bragging, saying that he swallowed a giant dragon, which is really a big surprise. Brother Sue, bragging slime? Mr. Tony Big Shit, are you afraid that you haven't seen a hook? Unfortunately, our cute King Limru is such a hook. I'm not a slime. I am not a slime, King Mo. When did I have this title? Indeed, he is very cute as a slime, and some are popular with women, but he can't wear the title of King of Cute, right? Mo King? What the is this? Ding, Brother Sue uploaded a small memory scene those things about my reincarnated as a slime. The fourth generation of Naruto has been accepted. Tony has no money already received. I'm not a slime that has received it. Uploading memory scenes is also a new feature that Su Chen just discovered in the Dimensional Exchange group. However, this function appeared just right, just taking advantage of this opportunity, he can blackmail the members of the group. Of course, he certainly couldn't say so blatantly. The world is infinite, and no matter what you get, you have to pay a price. Is this okay? After all, it's not a relative, why should he upload a memory scene? As for uploading a memory scene about the King of Mo? That's because the King of Meng is growing too fast, the enemy is always here to send food and experience, and he grows to the peak without encountering any danger. That being the case, this can be regarded as an introduction. Brother Su, at Tony has no money, Mr. Shidachi, how do you feel now? Do you still think Limru is just a bragging slime? Tony has no money. After he clicked on the memory scene, the surrounding scenery changed, giving him the illusion that he traveled through time and space and was watching the battle next to him. In addition, he skipped the beginning directly, watching the section where Limru slapped the pig head. Although he didn't want to admit it, he knew in his heart that he really wasn't the opponent of this cute slime. Could it be that Tony Stark is really the most dish in this group? This is not scientific. I am not a slime, ah. I have just regained the Feng Lang tribe. The previous part is exactly the same as my experience. Is it true that what is described later is my future? The fourth generation of Naruto, if it really is what you said, I am afraid it is like this. Being able to break through the existence of the future at will, deserves to be the administrator invited by the group owner. From just now, he has been diving into the screen. After all, he really didn't understand the status quo, but after watching the memory scene and seeing what Limru said, his heart suddenly became restless. If he could know what will happen in the future, how good would it be? Ding, I am not a slime who sent an exclusive red envelope. Chapter 4, Points Mall. Limru gave me a red envelope? According to the current plot, what will he send me? Su Chen murmured, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Immediately, with a move of his right hand, he directly clicked on this exclusive red envelope. No matter what Rimuru sends to herself, it is good for her in the end. Ding! Get a magic element energy, do you spend points to repair the deficiency? Ding! Because the group owner is the first time to fix it, so it's free this time. A series of cold reminders rang in Su Chen's mind. Before he could react, a cold and powerful energy was generated from his body. In an instant, this energy covered his whole body and began to strengthen his body. The physical quality of monsters far exceeds that of human beings. As the fundamental power of monsters, magic element is fundamentally very violent, and it is definitely not something an ordinary person can bear. However, under the strengthening of the mysterious power of the dimensional exchange group, the magic element that has always been known for its tyranny has obviously undergone an unknown change, and it has become gentler and easier to control. Of course, this is only gentle with its owner. This is Rimuru's magic element energy. After a stick of incense, Su Chen opened his eyes and slightly raised his right hand. After feeling the powerful force in his body, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but a smile appeared on his face. Although Rimuru hasn't grown to its peak yet, this magic element cultivation base is also very powerful. At the very least, let him have a trace of self-preservation in this strange parallel world. Immediately, his eyelids twitched, because he discovered that the three Tonys had fried the pot directly because of a newly opened feature in the dimensional exchange group. Ding! The system notified that the points mall is open. Tony has no money. Tony has no money, points mall? I rely on, there are still this stuff in the group? As for the administrator, can I buy goods with money? I'm not a slime, I looked at the points mall, why is there only one item of cross-border talisman? And it's so expensive, it needs 150 points. The fourth generation of Naruto, cross-border talisman seal, does it mean that we can travel to other worlds with this talisman seal? If so, Mr. Tony, please advise. Tony has no money. Tony has no money, 4 generations, what do you mean? Why do you suddenly say something that I don't understand? Naruto 4th generation, Mr. Tony, didn't you just say that if the world is not different, do you want to let Limuru and I know why the flowers are so red? I'm not a slime, it sounds like it's interesting. Will you travel through the world again? If I can, I really want to go to the world of Mr. Shit. Tony has no money, I was joking just now, can't you just make a joke among friends? Are you kidding me? As far as Limru's destructive power is concerned, if he comes to New York to do damage, I am afraid that he will destroy New York, that would be very easy, right? And this 4th generation of Naruto, who knew Limru's power, dared to do things like this, and invited Limuru to come with him. At least he was a powerhouse at the same level as Limuru. 2 powerhouses of this level came to New York, he really can't afford to entertain. Naruto 4, Mr. Tony, we are not friends. I am not a slime, Mr. Tony, we are not friends. Brother Su, Mr. Tony, we are not friends. Tony has no money. Tony has no money, Master Administrator, hurry up and help. Crying emoji. Brother Su, Limuru, I was busy just now, thank you for your red envelope. He directly ignored Tony's words, because he also knew that the 4th generation and Rimuru were just joking, and did not really want to do something. Tony has no money? Oh, by the way, Limuru, what did you just send the administrator to make the administrator thank you? Taking advantage of this opportunity, he must hurry up and change the subject. Yes, change the subject. Chapter 5, Black Account. I'm not a slime, it's nothing, it's just the magic element content in my body. Although I can only post it once, I am not affected. Since the administrator has let me know the future, I have to make a point of. I am not a slime, the most important thing is that this lets me know that the administrator is too polite. As an administrator who knows the stalwart existence at the end of all roads, how can the magic element energy in his own body have any effect on it? In this way, the administrator thanked himself. A stalwart existence beyond imagination, to thank him, perhaps just casually said, but it also explains the problem. How polite is this? Tony has no money. Administrator, do you know my future? Brother Sue, I know, have you developed a steel suit now? Tony has no money, steel suit. He can now confirm that the administrator absolutely knows his future. Because the steel suit is only his current conjecture, he has not yet put it into action. Brother Sue, it doesn't seem to be, then I only have 2 words for your future. Tony has no money, what? Brother Sue, it's miserable. Tony has no money. Why is his heart so flustered suddenly? What happened in the future? Why would the administrator say that his future is miserable? Is his future really horrible? Can't bear to look directly at it. Brother Sue, don't care too much. You are just being kidnapped and left. You can't die. Tony has no money. Hijacked away? He knows very well, as the chairman of Stark Industries, what will happen to him if he is hijacked. Brother Sue, well. In fact, there is one more thing to be happy about, that is, you have gained the name of the achievement of an iron striker in a cave. Tony has no money. The iron striker in the cave suddenly understood the meaning of this sentence for some reason. As for the false one? Will the high deceive a crawling ant on the ground? Although he is proud of his heart, this sentence is not pleasant, but the fact is. Ding, Tony has no money to send an exclusive red envelope. Yeah, this Tony is on the road. Su Chen looked at the exclusive red envelope in the chat group and said with a smile. Immediately he clicked on the red envelope sent by Tony with his right hand. Ding, to get the Jarvis basic formula is to deny the master and link the current world network. Yes. The corner of Su Chen's mouth curled up and said with a smile. Tony deserves to be the chairman of Stark Industries, and he has guessed what he wants most right now. In fact, Tony has nothing to do, yes, he is very rich. But is it possible for the existence of it to be short of money? No, I should say, will money be used? Maybe only Jarvis, who he researched, can make the administrator feel a little interesting, right? Fingerprints are accepted, sir, Jarvis is here for you. A voice with a touch of metallic texture sounded, and then continued, connecting to the internet. The network connection is complete, and the current world background is being tested. Sir, exploring the current world's extremely low level of technology, especially in terms of network protection, is so low that it is speechless. Jarvis can completely crush it. Su Chen's mouth twitched slightly as he listened to Jarvis. But it is right to think about it. This is a world where practice is prevalent. In terms of the level of technology and the internet, it is naturally far less than Tony's world of technology. Immediately he looked straight and said in a deep voice, Jarvis, you can explore and check the internet. Is there any information about me? He came to this parallel world, his eyes blackened. If there wasn't a computer in the room that appeared, and there was no difference in the way the two world computers used it, I am afraid he was still in a state of bewilderment. Since he has no so-called predecessor memory, it means that he is very likely in this world, and he is still a black house. Chapter 6, Appear as a Dead Person. Sir, the scan has been completed. There really is no record of your information in this world. Su Chen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief as he listened to Jarvis. Without any information, this is fine. If there is information, relatives, and friends, then it is really troublesome. After all, he came into this world and didn't know anything. He couldn't tell those so-called relatives and friends that he had lost his memory, right? Amnesia? Haha. This is indeed a good excuse. Jarvis, can you fake my identity and forge a detailed information from birth to the present? Of course, just fake me super introverted. After Su Chen pondered for a moment, he asked softly. If a person has only some of the most basic documents in the world, but no growth information related to them, isn't it too eye-catching? Without sufficient strength to protect himself, Su Chen really didn't want to be exposed, especially not wanting to unilaterally attract official attention. After all, if you make a fortune by muffled sound, wretched development is king. Yes, sir. Okay, please. Su Chen nodded and said, then he turned his eyes and found that someone in the dimensional chat group was at Naruto 4th generation, Master Administrator, do you know my future? At dot. He is the 4th generation of Hokage in Konoha village, and the occupation of Hokage is not very safe. So he wanted to know that if he knew his future in advance, he could still make some precautions in advance. Brother Su, I know a little about your future. Naruto 4th generation, then, can you please tell me about the troubled administrator? Ding, the 4th generation of Naruto has sent an exclusive red envelope. Brother Su, haha, you guys, I am embarrassed to do it. While talking, he clicked his right hand and directly received this exclusive red envelope. This caused Bo Feng Shuman, who was sitting in the Hokage office at the moment, to see the message on the chat group that Su Xiaoge had received the red envelope. Is this embarrassing move? Ding, do you need to spend points to fix the shortcomings of obtaining the art of Flying Thunder God? Ding, it is found that the current group leader score is 0, and the default is no. A stream of information carrying the technique of the Flying Thunder God flooded into Su Chen's mind, and he began to force Su Chen to accept the technique of Flying Thunder God that made the 4th generation of Hokage shine. If it hadn't been for Su Chen's body to have been strengthened by magic element energy, I am afraid that under the impact of this flood of information, he would have fallen to the ground and fell into a coma. After all, the technique of Flying Thunder God sent by Bo Feng Shuman was not a simple technique of Flying Thunder God, but the technique of Flying Thunder God possessing his current skills and experience. In other words, after Su Chen digested this flow of information, his attainments in the art of Flying Thunder God would not be weaker than that of Hokage and Bo Feng Shui. How can this large amount of information be forcibly poured into the mind, and how can it be affordable for an ordinary person? Fortunately, Su Chen is no longer an ordinary person now. Call. After half an hour, Su Chen slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a turbid breath. Now he is very fortunate. Fortunately, Limru first gave him a red envelope instead of Bo Feng Shui Men. Otherwise, his current situation is absolutely very bad. These three people talked for half an hour. Su Chen saw the message record in the chat group and laughed out loud. Soon he thought, uploading Naruto and Iron Man 1. Ding, Su Xiaoge uploaded a small memory scene Iron Man 1. Ding, Brother Su uploaded a large memory scene Naruto. Brother Su, has no money, this is the scene you two need to watch, take a good look. Brother Su, also, Bo Feng Shui Men, when you look at it, you have to control your mentality to avoid losing control of your emotions. After all, Naruto is the main object of the description, your son. Naruto 4, my son? Didn't I appear in it? Brother Su, I have appeared, but you appeared in the form of a dead person. The 4th generation of Naruto. Appear in the form of a dead person? He died? Chapter 7, Sigh of Bo Feng Watergate. I am not a slime, oh my god. Watergate, are you going to be the first dead person in our group? Seriously, he now sympathizes with Bo Feng Shui Men. As soon as I entered the chat group, I got the news that I was about to die. I am afraid that no one is more sad than Watergate. The 4th generation of Naruto. How to speak? Does he want to die? Naruto 4 generations, the administrator, can I ask you a question? Brother Su, well, you ask. Naruto 4, can my future be reversed? Brother Su, that's natural. If you know in advance what will happen in the future, or death is inevitable, isn't that too bad? If you don't say anything else, I feel ashamed for you. In fact, he didn't know it, it was fabricated. After all, Bo Feng Schumann appeared in the chat group, which meant that the world he lived in was a real world, not a fictional one. Since it is the real world, then there must be no plot to kill, right? If Naruto had been guarded by his parents since he was born, he would be happy when he was a child? Naruto 4th generation, if this is the case, then thank you Master Administrator. The future can be reversed, so much better. Perhaps his death was due to some necessary reasons, but this tragedy should be avoided if he knew in advance and made careful precautions. Fortunately, the administrator said that the future can be reversed. If the future will inevitably happen irreversibly under certain forces, then it is a tragedy for him. Knowing your own death in advance, but unable to do anything, this is not a tragedy, what is it? I am not a slime, the administrator is great, can changes really happen in the future? Brother Su, Limru, what do you care about so much? Anyway, you have reached the peak with a smooth journey. There is almost no big problem. What are you not satisfied with? I am not a slime, no, well, actually I just want to ask, can I recover my body, my gender, and live a normal man's life? Slime, it's neutral. The reality of this made him feel a sense of collapse. Tony has no money. Tony doesn't have any money, I am he. This shit like reality, Obadiah, it. Damn it. Tony has no money, I always treat him like a real uncle. I don't want to talk about selling weapons to those warlords. Why should he sell my information? At the moment after watching Iron Man 1, Tony's mentality completely exploded. In all fairness, he has always been very good to Obadiah, trusting and tolerant, even if he knows that Obadiah secretly engages in some small actions, he does not care. But what did Obadiah this do? He wants to kill himself, take advantage of the opportunity. I am not a slime, to make Mr. Tony so angry, it seems that something big has happened, I have to go and see. Limru is not an idiot. Now that Tony is so angry, he naturally won't call Mr. Big Shit again, because doing so would be really stupid. It's okay to make jokes, but you can't make jokes at very moments. But he had just cursed reality in his mind that it was a bullshit, Mr. Tony, just cursed in the group. Brother Su, it's okay, Tony, now that you know what he is going to do, then just do it. Tony has no money, don't worry, the administrator, I will definitely kill that old bastard. No, I have to treat him well and let him experience the feeling of heaven falling into hell. Just simply killing Obadiah, obviously a little too cheap Obadiah. However, in the future, he will have so many fights, then he can no longer be lazy. The production of Iron Man must start preparations in advance. No matter how lazy he is it possible for him to sit back and watch that kind of happen in the future? Brother Su, well, yes, him. This kind of scum is the most disgusting person. Naruto 4 generations, oh. Brother Su. Brother Su, Schumann, have you discovered something that is more unacceptable to you than your death? Bo Feng Schumann did not sigh when he learned that he would die in the future. But now he sighed, obviously something that happened in the future made him somewhat unacceptable. In other words, it is difficult to accept. Chapter 8, Do You Have Points? Naruto 4, I was inside and saw some experiences of my son, Naruto. The 4th generation of Naruto, for Naruto's growth and strength, to be honest, I am very pleased. After so many blows, he bravely stood up, and maintained his passion, and did not face this cruel reality. Given and lower your head. The 4th generation of Naruto, but, I am relieved to be relieved. I will never allow my son, the son of the fourth generation of Naruto Fanfiction, to be described as a demon fox in the future, and will be insulted and vilified, and endure what he should not bear nightmare childhood. The fourth generation of Naruto, obviously he is the son of a hero, so why should he be treated like this? If all this is not the acquiescence of Konoha's senior management, then who dares to do this? His wife is Zulai from Nine Tails. If Kuwabai ran out to destroy Konoha village on the night of his wife's delivery, he should fight for his life because of his emotions and reason. After all, he is the fourth generation of Konoha Hokage, who has the responsibility and obligation to protect the village. But if his desperate efforts were exchanged for his son, Naruto should have had a joyous but extremely miserable childhood, who should have been loved by thousands but was targeted by the whole village. This made him feel extremely cramped. Then why bother to fight? Yes, Naruto's final growth is truly gratifying. But when he saw Naruto's childhood despair and misery from the memory scene, and the pranks were just to make people look at him more humble and helpless, his tiger eyes were already red. Especially in the memory scene, when he meets Naruto in the sealed space for the first time in his soul state in the future, Naruto's eyes and roaring words are like sharp spears poking into his heart. His soul trembled in pain. Although Naruto has not yet been born, Kushina is 6 months pregnant, and he is ready to become a father and embrace his son. Is there any father in the world who wants his son to experience endless painful growth? Growing up for a lifetime is also accompanied by bottomless calculations. Now that he has known the future, his son will not tolerate others to calculate and play. If you want to count his son, step over his body first. As a father, if he can't even protect his own son and wife, then what is the point of living in this world in front of this broken Hokage? Anbi, Gen, Danzo, and 3 generations of Hokage. Teacher Jiraiya, Konoha, it's time for a change. Fanfiction slowly got up from the Hokage position, his eyes were sharp and cold, and his heart felt cold. Konoha's high level has decayed. According to the future he saw, he still had 3 months to prepare. The urgent task now is to think carefully about how to ensure the safety of mother and child, and hope that there is still too much time. Tony has no money, pray to Nam, is your son also calculated by someone you trust? His future is really miserable. If it is as he guessed, then he and Fanfiction are really hard brothers. But his luck is still a little bit better and lost, after all, he is not dead, is he? Naruto 4, well, let's have a little bit. The fourth generation of Naruto, the high level of Konoha village has decayed. I will never tolerate those scourges remaining in the village. Tony doesn't have money, really? You have to start to clear the villains around you too. Looking at it this way, the two of us do have a bit of imagination. I have a suggestion. Do you want to listen? Naruto 4, you said. Although he didn't watch the memory scene about Tony, it is worthy of his attention to be drawn into this exchange group. Tony has no money, since we are in a chat group and we all have enemies to be eliminated. The most important thing is that we can travel to other worlds through the cross-border talisman. Tony has no money, so I think, help each other. You are a supernatural force, and I am a technological force. In our 2 worlds, there is no means to deal with this force. Naruto 4, are you talking about alliances? Naruto 4, but Tony, it's not that I want to hit you. Do you have points? What are the channels for obtaining points, do you know? The fourth generation of Naruto, without any points, how can we form an alliance? Tony has no money. That said, it's really a bit embarrassing. Chapter 9, the last name is Cao, the name is Cao, the nickname is Amon. Tony has no money, yes. No points, what should I do? From the moment the points mall appeared, he slightly understood that perhaps these points are equivalent to the trading currency circulating in the endless dimension. US dollars? To be honest, 100 million US dollars can be exchanged for 1 point, I am afraid he will use it to exchange it. The fourth generation of Naruto, do you know how to earn points? Brother Su, I don't know yet, but it's okay. After the group leader goes online, I will ask. This sentence is purely blind, but it can't be regarded as blind. After all points malls are out, there is definitely a way to get points, but they haven't found it yet. I'm not a slime, woo, Mr. Tony, how miserable you are. And after reading it, I seem to understand the meaning of the title of Iron Striker. Tony has no money. The title of Iron Striker, he had some guesses in his heart before he even watched it. Ding, all members are very satisfied with the administrator uploading the memory scene, hereby reward the administrator 500 points. Ding, group sign-in is on. Each group member can sign in once a day, and after signing in, they can get points ranging from 5 to 50. At this moment, the chat group fell into a strange state of silence. No way, this sudden news really made them so happy. As for the first one, just ignore it. The administrator just said that he didn't know how to earn points, and he said after the group leader came out, this came out? The most important thing is to reward the administrator with 500 points? This wave of operations really showed their faces. With the power of the administrator, I'm afraid that I don't need cross-boundary talisman to come directly to their world, right? Then all this is easy to explain. If nothing else, it should be that the administrator just opened the group sign-in point channel under their reminder, so that they can get some points every day. Although not much, at least it can be accumulated. Ding, the group sign-in function is enabled, and the group owner can invite 2 members to join the Endless Dimension chat group. An icy voice rang in Su Chen's mind. Before he could recover, 5 screen names appeared in front of him again. Marquis Vauban. The surname is Cao Minko and the nickname is Amon. Inspirational young man. Quiet and obedient Xiao. I'm not called Xiang Er. Su Chen looked at the 5 screen names, and after thinking for a while, he chose to invite the Marquis Vauban and the surname Cao Minko with his nickname Amon. The Marquis Vauban, if he did not expect it, should be the Marquis Vauban, the oldest demon king in the world of God Killer, possessing incomparable power. According to his guess, I am afraid that Limru now is not an opponent of the Marquis of Vauban. And the surname Cao Minko's nickname Amon, looking at this name, does he still have to guess who it is? Although he didn't know which world's Prime Minister Cao this was, it didn't matter even if it was Prime Minister Cao in history. He just wanted to see what happens after Prime Minister Cao joins this chat group. As for the remaining 3? According to the consistent character of this screen name, the quiet and obedient Xiao should be the Xiao in the adventures of Jackie Chan, the lively, cheerful and ghostly Xiao. If it hadn't been for the Marquis of Vauban and Prime Minister Cao that attracted his attention, he really wanted to draw Xiao in. After all, in Xiao's world, he has a series of powerful props such as 12 spells, ghost masks, and so on. These props are still very tempting to him. But there will be time in the future, take your time. The most important thing now is to increase the number of strong people in the chat group, which can, well, it can make him better deceive his power and strengthen himself. Pooh! What flicker? This is an equivalent exchange, not a fool. It is already obvious that I am not called Xiang Er. What did he do with a stupid bear? The last inspirational young man, what kind of ghost name is this name, the same as that of my little cute last time? Ding! The Taoist invited Marquis Vauban to join the Endless Dimension chat group. Ding! The Taoist Lord invited the surname Cao Minko and the nickname AMA to join the Endless Dimension chat group. Chapter 10, The Perfect Version of the Art of Thunder God. Tony has no money, yet, here are 2 newcomers. Welcome. Welcome. I am not a slime, welcome. Welcome. Naruto 4, welcome. Welcome. The surname is Cao Minko and the nickname is Aha. Who are you? What is this? Naruto 4th generation. In fact, when I first came, I thought I had some unknown illusion, and I was just as panicked as you. But later I found out that it turned out to be just my superficial knowledge and I was watching the sky. Naruto 4, remind you, go and look at the memory scenes in the group profile and group information. I believe that as long as you have seen the memory scenes, you should no longer think that this is an illusion. At Uchi. The Endless Dimension chat group, the appearance of this thing, simply broke his cognition. If he had not experienced the horror of a group owner, he would not believe in the truth of this chat group. The chat group linking endless dimensions would really be incredible. As for how he experienced the stalwart of the group owner, this was the first time the group leader had spoken, especially after the word presumptuous was said, the stalwart power that made the soul tremble to the point of collapse. He would never forget it for a lifetime. Is it necessary to deceive a powerful man with such power? The surname is Cao, the nickname is Amon. Okay, thank you senior. Tony has no money. At Watergate, I didn't expect you to be a senior. How do you say that? We are seniors who entered a few hours earlier than you. The 4th generation of Naruto. Naruto 4th generation, Tony, I think I should think about it. Should I form an alliance with you? Tony has no money. Of course I want to form an alliance. I just want to be an ally. I just joked with you, didn't I? I'm not a slime. Well? Isn't there another one? What? Is that a gangster who dived as soon as he joined the group? The 4th generation of Naruto, this Marquis of Vauban should be more careful in character. I am afraid that I am watching the memory scene now to distinguish whether our group is true or not. Su Chen looked at the chat records in the exchange group and couldn't help but smile. After the newcomer enters in the future, he shouldn't have to fool around again. Explain it. Someone will explain everything in this exchange group for him, and make the new member believe this. N. Upgrade and strengthen. After seeing the upgraded and strengthened logo on the group function bar, Su Chen's eyelids twitched and he clicked directly to enter. Magic, Perfect Edition, points required to upgrade, 1000. Flying Thunder God's Technique, defective, repair required points, 500. I rewarded me with 500 points in total, and it happened to require 500 to repair the Art of Thunder God. Isn't that good? Why do I feel that Kryptonium can become stronger? Su Chen's mouth twitched, speechless. Immediately, his mind moved, and he repaired the technique of Flying Thunder God. This is reality, not a game. At this stage, the points he has can repair the shortcomings in the Flying Thunder God art, so start to repair them, hoard them. Is it possible to buy a coffin for yourself? OM. A mysterious feeling reverberated from Su Chen's mind, like a drop of incomparable clear water falling into his mind, swaying a trace of undetectable cool ripples. The technique of Flying Thunder God is a kind of instantaneous technique, space ninjutsu, which uses the technique to achieve instant movement. The caster must leave the Thunder God spell on the target in advance, so that the caster or an object in indirect contact with the caster chakra can be moved instantaneously. Therefore, the flaws in the technique of Flying Thunder God are obvious. The technique must be left on the target to teleport, otherwise, there is no way to transfer space. However, as the defects of the Flying Thunder God technique were repaired, as long as Su Chen's mental power was strong enough, he could teleport to any place without having to endure the limitations of the technique. Chakra belongs to the energy cultivated by living beings, and magic element is also the energy cultivated by living beings. Although the magic element and the chakra are not the same, the perfect version of the magic element can directly replace the chakra, stimulating the perfect version of the Thunder God art without any discomfort. Chapter 11, Provoked a Real Boss. Call. Su Chen exhaled a turbid breath and slowly opened his eyes, a sharp glow flashed in his eyes. At this moment, he had a trace of self-preservation in this completely strange parallel world. The skill of the perfect flying thunder god, as long as the magic element energy in his body is sufficient, then he can teleport at will. It's just that he wasn't sure in his heart, what level of magic element energy in his body was in the 6 levels of cultivators. Hey? That guy Tony, why did you get up with the Marquis Vauban? After seeing the record in the chat group, Su Chen twitched his mouth, shook his head slightly, and covered his forehead. Marquis Vauban, the chat group linking endless dimensions, if this is not a blind eye, it must be an extremely powerful existence. Tony has no money, nonsense. The great power of the group leader is naturally far beyond your mortal's imagination. Marquis Vauban, except for the Middle-earth man, do you know what happens to anyone who dares to speak to the old man in this tone? Tony has no money, cut, how did you end up? Why don't you go to heaven if you speak so loudly? Tony has no money, also, do you think it's the Middle Ages? Still a marquis? I'm afraid it's not an old antique, right? Tony has no money, that's right, only old antiques living in the Middle Ages can say this, so-called theocracy absurdity. Tony has no money, God? It's just a trick for the people in power to fool the common people. But it's okay, you, Uncle Tony, will forgive you, an ignorant ancient person. Tony Stark, as a bohemian genius, confuses people, that is also a leverage. Marquis Vauban, the dignity of the king cannot be insulted. This king declares that from today on, you will be the king's enemy. I am not a slime. The 4th generation of Naruto. How do they feel that this is a real boss? Talking so crazy? Tony has no money, yo. Pay back the king's enemy? Are you not a marquis? How come you suddenly call yourself the king? Tony has no money, the marquis is so interesting that he is called the king. It seems that you have long been concealed. Tony doesn't have any money, and it's not good to say, just relying on you, an old medieval antique, as many people as you have under your command, come. Come, how much do you want to destroy you, Uncle Tony? I am not a slime. The 4th generation of Naruto. Now the two have another feeling again, it looks like Mr. Tony big shit, even more crazy. This is, the scene of the 2 big shots? Especially Bo Feng Shui Men, he is panicked now, his ally is so crazy, can he hold it? Brother Su, ahem, Tony, do you know the truth comes from the mouth? Tony doesn't have any money, Master Administrator, what? Isn't my steel suit, but a medieval antique. Brother Su, it's not that you can't do an old medieval antique. In front of Yan Ren's house, should you know the situation. Brother Su, you know, when the Marquis of Vauban came in, he has been diving to understand the situation. Brother Su, so, you must have seen the memory scenes in the group? At dot. Marquis Vauban, well, I've probably seen it. If the old man expected it well, this Tony has no money, he is Tony Stark in Iron Man 1, right? If you meet in the future, the old man has to crush it in front of you. The steel suit in your mouth. This is the first time since he became a demon king, dare anyone speak to him like this? The dignity of the king cannot be desecrated. Tony has no money. Listening to the administrator's words, how does he feel that he seems to have provoked a real boss this time? Chapter 12, Group members must not harm each other. Brother Su, do you understand the situation now? The Marquis of Vauban has seen your memory scenes, and even knows the power of your steel suit, but dares to take advantage of you. You don't want to think about the reason. Tony has no money, this. Tony has no money, the administrator, is this Marquis really a powerful king? Marquis, just what he calls himself at leisure. He still believed Su Chen's words. After all, Su Chen made a scene of what happened in his future and put it in the group file. How could he still doubt what the administrator said? In fact, he was always worried. That memory scene is called Iron Man 1. Is there still Iron Man 2, Iron Man 3, even Iron Man 100? Brother Su, well, what you said is not right. Brother Su, Marquis Vauban, but the demon king of his world, the walking natural disaster, has died, a lot of gods, right? Brother Su, but the last sentence of yours is quite right, Marquis, it is indeed his self-title, maybe he thinks that the title of Marquis sounds very artistic and compelling. Tony has no money. The legendary devil? The walking natural disaster? I've killed a lot. Gods? What about him? He feels flustered inexplicably now. He inadvertently offends such a big man who can easily kill God? No, this is a giant. Although he knows that the steel suit in the memory scene is only the first generation, in the future, he will invent the second, third, and even the 100th generation. But the gods and demons in the legend? What is this concept? Maybe they are not old and immortal, flesh and bones, alive and dead, can reverse yin and yang, fly to the sky and escape, can they be omnipotent? Brother Su, I'll give you some popular science. Every world has rules for every world, and rules for every world. I don't want to understand it. Brother Su, the gods in the world where the Marquis of Vauban lived are called the gods of disobedience, which means disobedience to the gods of history. Brother Su, and the Demon King is a powerful human who killed the of infidelity, never plundered the divine power from the of non-compliance, and mastered the power of the gods. That's probably the case. Tony has no money, pillaging divine power. Since joining this chat group, he has found that his 3 views have been constantly refreshed. Kill the gods, and then you can plunder the gods' theocratic power to strengthen yourself? This sounds so interesting. If he can go to that world, lead a pile of steel battle suits, and only need to kill a god, will he be able to obtain a body that is strong enough to guard against the sky? Devil, can you live forever? Marquis Vauban, the administrator, knows the world of the old man very clearly, and even knows the true identity of the old man. It is right to think about it. As an administrator in this unimaginable chat group, your strength must be extremely powerful. Marquis Vauban, just get back to business. At has no money, I have seen the cross-border symbol, and when I save enough points, I will go to your world. Marquis Vauban, at that time, I will let you experience what is the power of the king. The Endless Dimension chat group, this is something beyond his imagination and understanding. So even if he is a little angry in his heart, he will not go into a fight because of this and spend 150 points to buy cross-border talisman. After all, there is only one product in the points mall now, but that doesn't mean that there will still be only one product in the future. No matter how you look at it, points will be precious. Therefore, he would not spend this precious point just to beat Tony Stark. As for killing Tony Stark, the moment this thought arose, he suppressed it. He doesn't understand the rules of this group, but he knows very well in his heart that the strength of the group leader and administrator in the chat group must be much stronger than him, and even whether he can continue to grow stronger in the future may have to rely on this magic chat group. If this is the case, why should he cut off his direction for the sake of the struggle of spirit? Ding! Friendly reminder, group members must not hurt each other. Suddenly, a message appeared in the chat interface, and then a stream of information mysteriously appeared in the minds of all group members, explaining to them the meaning of group members not to harm each other. Chapter 13, Please go for tea. Tony has no money, ha ha ha, is that the Marquis of Vauban? Have you seen the group announcement? The members of the group must not harm each other. I want to see this time. What can you do with me? Tony has no money. I just said you are an old antique, what's the matter? Tell me, what's the matter? If you have a kind, come and kill me? Come and bite me? By cross-border talisman, come to my world, tear me down his steel suit. The members of the group must not harm each other. This announcement came so timely. Since his life is safe, who is he afraid of in this chat group? Of course, administrators and group owners still cannot provoke. He is not stupid. Will he do such a stupid thing? The fourth generation of Naruto. He now feels more and more that Tony Stark is not a good ally, at least it looks very unreliable now. Is this attitude of pulling hatred too arrogant? In the words of the Marquis of Vauban just now, there may be elements of joking in it. But Tony Stark said such mocking words, and what the Marquis of Vauban said next was definitely a real annoyance. A demon capable of slaughtering gods, who was originally in the same chat group and could be a powerful figure of friends, just became his enemy inexplicably? He needs to think seriously now whether he wants to form an alliance with Tony Stark. I always feel that if the alliance continues, it will be an extremely dark road of no return. Marquis Vauban, Administrator, please ask, group members cannot harm each other, is it limited to group members? Brother Su, yes. Marquis Vauban, if this is the case, then this matter would be much easier. Marquis Vauban, is Tony Stark? I tell you, no one has ever dared to provoke the old man so much. It is true that members of the group cannot hurt each other, but what about your family? What about your friends? Marquis Vauban, of course, for the sake of being a group of friends, the old man wouldn't do so much. It's no harm to the family, but your city, your company group, just disappear. Since the Endless Dimension chat group prompts group members not to harm each other, the group owner and the administrator definitely don't want them to break out conflicts. Especially the killing of group friends, relatives, and friends may violate the bottom line of group owners and administrators. At that time, the administrator would be fine to say that, at any rate, the administrator looks kinder, even if he violated the bottom line, he must say something good and pay some price, he should be fine. If the mysterious and powerful group leader makes a move, the Taoist master, just the name, can tell some clues. Once this kind of existence is shot, I am afraid he is really dead. So if he wants to threaten Tony Stark, all he can do is to wipe out Tony Stark's efforts. Marquis Vauban, of course, when destroying New York, I will call Tony Stark's name appropriately, so that everyone knows that you Tony Stark ushered in my natural disaster. Marquis Vauban, Tony has no money, what do you think? Mr. Stark. Tony has no money. Tony has no money, boss. Sorry. I was wrong. Please forgive me. How could he not expect that the Marquis of Vauban could do such a thing? A demon with powerful power, if he really destroys New York and shouts his name on the way, I am afraid he will be invited by SHIELD to have tea in the bureau before long. Moreover, this is definitely not something that can be solved with a single meal. Chapter 14, Introduce. Brother Su, everybody is chatting, it is good to be happy and angry, so the feelings heat up the fastest. Brother Su, Mr. Shadake's potential is still great. Maybe you can cooperate in the future. Marquis Vauban, since the administrator has spoken, then I will reluctantly forgive this rude person. The administrator gave him down the steps, how could he die there? Perhaps in the world of God-killers, he kills whoever he wants, and anyone who dares to offend him must die. But this chat group is different. There are unpredictable group owners and administrators in the group, so he should not be too arrogant about certain things. The surnamed Cao Minko's nickname Aya, seniors, can I ask, is this chat group created by a fairy? Although he didn't understand this chat group at all, he didn't know what the group meant. Even when he looked at the chat records inside, he felt a little bit watching the story, but he knew that he had definitely encountered something strange. The devil who slaughtered the gods. Slime. Naruto. If it were not for his strong receptivity, I am afraid he would have fallen into self-doubt. But if this strange thing is used properly, then he will get great benefits. Perhaps in the future, he can also become an immortal. Marquis Vauban, het. Fairy? A joke. How can it be possible to have such power based on those things? Brother Su, let me ask, what is the situation in the Eastern Han Dynasty now? How far has the Yellow Turbans been resolved? The surname of Cao, the name of Cao, the word Aman, the Yellow Turban Army. He is now even more sure that this endless dimensional chat group is definitely a fairy in the legend. No, at least it was created by a fairy. If not, how could the administrator ask such questions? How did the Eastern Han Dynasty develop? Did the Yellow Turbans solve it? This shows that this powerful and mysterious administrator knows the future trends of the Eastern Han Dynasty and absolutely knows his future. The surname is Cao, the name is Cao, and the word is, at. Now the 18th Road Princes have formed an alliance. The army is Linbang Shuiguan, the anti-thief Dong Zhou. Even if there is a heroic general like Liu Buhuaxiang, he will attack the 18th Road Princes group. If you go down, you will definitely die. Brother Su, Ban Shuiguan, the Eastern Han Dynasty only developed here. Brother Su, hey, do you have an impression of Liu Bei and Lu Suand under Gongsun Zan? Cao said that Huaxiang was a brave general, so there shouldn't be any Wenjiu killing Huaxiang yet, but the time period must not be far behind. The surname of Cao, the name of Cao, and the word Aman, it seems to have a little impression. At the same time, the 18th Road Princes camp in the camp. Brother Bo Gui, can you recommend Liu Bei and Lu Suand for me? Cao got up from the seat, walked in front of Gongsun Zan, and said with a smile. Although he did not know Lu Suand, since this person can be mentioned by the administrator, it means that this person is extraordinary, and perhaps he needs to take care of the relationship with this person in advance. Mangda is this? Gongsun Zan's face was taken aback and hesitated. Cao and Liu Bei, after a celebrity, a straw sandals seller, would not bother to bring Liu Bei to him if it were not for the old friendship. It stands to reason that these two people who can't fight together are still related to him that he doesn't know? While Liu Bei stood behind Gongsun Zan, his eyes froze when he heard what Cao said, and then he reacted with excitement in his eyes. Cao may not have heard of him, but would he not know Cao? Brother Su, I have a little impression. Actually, you want me to say that if you can kill him in advance, you can kill him directly. The big-eared thief in the province will drag you back and dig your corner. The surname of Cao, the name of Cao, the word Aman. What should he say now? I'm really too anxious. I should sit there and listen to the manager. Chapter 15, Descendants of King Zhongshan Jing. Brother Su, what's wrong? Is there any problem? The surname Cao said, no, there is no problem, but the administrator's words make me feel a little overwhelmed for a while. Tony has no money. The fourth generation of Naruto. I am not a slime. The administrator personally dictated your future, and even asked you to solve your future enemies. Do you have any comments? Marquis Vauban, haha, it can be seen that the administrator does not like Liu Bei and Lu Suand very much. Brother Su, indeed. For this, he did not hide anything. Who would like a person who shed tears and wept, sighed at the world, and lamented that people's hearts are not old in order to win the sympathy of others? Of course, people who are completely fooled by this kind of person will still like it. Even feel that this is the real noble royal family. Look, what people paid for the people of the world, but its true feelings. If this is not the case, how can tears reign at every turn? In fact, in the last years of the Eastern Han Dynasty, Su Chen knew a little bit, and perhaps Prime Minister Cao lacked some aspects. But in terms of treating the people, it can be said to be extremely good. If there was no Liu Bei at the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty, perhaps the Battle of Chibi would not break out, and the troubled times of the Three Kingdoms would usher in unification. Then the Jin Dynasty will not appear, and the dark history of the 5 Wushuanghua will inevitably be rewritten. Most importantly, he did not think that Prime Minister Cao was a traitorous courtier. Rebellious officials and thieves, it depends on how you say it. For the Qin dynasty, Liu Bang, the emperor of the Han dynasty, was also a rebellious courtier. The surname of Cao, the name of Cao, and the word Iya, thank you for the administrator's reminder. In this case, I know what to do. This Liu Bei, is his future enemy? 10,000 steps back, even if it is not his future enemy, the existence of this person makes the mysterious and powerful administrator very upset. Based on the first point, he will pinch Liu Bei to death. Without him, the administrator is a golden thigh. If he doesn't hold the administrator tightly, does he still care about Liu Bei's life and death? Since Mengda wants to know Suand, it is naturally an honor for Suand. Gongsun Zan slowly got up, pointed at Liu Bei, and said with a smile. Cao came here just to get to know Liu Bei? To be honest, this made a trace of doubt in his heart. Is there any talent in Liu Bei that he doesn't know? After all, Cao is not an idle panic. For Cao, he feels he must be more cautious. Well, he is Liu Bei. After Cao calmed down his smile, he asked faintly. I have seen Brother Mengde, who is Liu Bei and Liu Suand. Liu Bei arched his hand gently and said, don't dare to hide from Brother Mengde, Suand is actually a descendant of King Zhongshan. He followed Gongsun Zan here, the only purpose is to gain fame. Of course, he also knows his own advantages, so he will put the words of King Zhongshan Jing's descendants on his lips and mention them from time to time. Nowadays, the Han dynasty is full of heroes and the Han room is declining. But the Han dynasty was established for hundreds of years, and there are still many aristocratic powers loyal to the Han family. So he is just waiting for a moment when he will become famous and be known by the aristocratic powers of the loyal Han family. The descendants of King Zhongshan Jing, these are veritable descendants of the Han family, and everyone present is not as noble as him. Humph! After hearing Liu Bei's words, Gongsun Zan frowned slightly and hummed softly. How could he not know what Liu Bei said? But he still took a look at what Cao wanted to do. Among the 18 princes, Cao's power is not weak. Oh? Are you a descendant of King Zhongshan Jing? A hint of surprise flashed in Cao's eyes. This was really true, someone would bring a pillow when he fell asleep. Royal descendants? Who knows who is there? Chapter 16, The dignity of the saint must not be humiliated. Yes, Suand is the descendant of King Zhongshan Jing. Liu Bei's expression remained unchanged, and said neither humble nor humble. He had noticed the change in Cao's tone, so his heart was pounding. Is Cao's heart, the Cao family is absolutely loyal to the Han family? Could it be that Cao was the noble man who had risen from the dragon and was waiting for him? Well, in this case. Cao narrowed his eyes and shouted, come here. Take this thing that pretends to be the royal family. Hey! Dare to pretend to be the royal family, you really don't know how to live or die. When you punish the 9 clans, you can try to follow suit. This sudden scene instantly attracted the eyes of all the princes, of course, including the doubtful gaze of Yuan Shao, the leader of the 18th Root Princes. When he saw Cao yelling at an unknown person, Yuan Shao felt a little puzzled. Ah, what is this? He used to play with Cao when he was young, and there was still some friendship between the two. Brother, save me! After Liu Bei reacted, he trembled and hurriedly called for help from Gongsun Zan. What Cao said made his head a little confused. What did Cao say when he came just now? Let Gongsun Zan introduce him. He asked if he didn't have such qualifications, so he guessed that his royal identity worked. As long as Cao recognizes that he is the descendant of King Zhongshan Jing, his identity will be beyond doubt. But what he never thought was why such a change happened. Wait, Mengde, what are you doing? Gongsun Zan hurriedly asked. In fact, he also had a headache just now. What's going on here? Is Cao here to make trouble? But Cao just came here, but he asked him to introduce Liu Bei. Obviously he came to get to know Liu Bei. What am I doing? Gongsun Zan. I want to ask, what are you doing? Cao's face was cold, and he said coldly, this is the place of the 18th Root Prince's alliance. It is the gathering place of our righteous teachers to defeat the rebel Dong Zhou. You are a prince along the way. You carry your own generals, I can understand, and I have nothing to say. But what is it that I am a descendant of King Jing of Zhongshan? King Jing is the emperor. Before he said these things, is there any proof? Is there evidence to prove it? I want to ask Brother Gongsun, this Liu Bei, what family background does he dare to claim to be a descendant of King Zhongshan Jing? Is it because his surname is Liu? Gongsun Zan's expression kept changing when he heard the words, then he glanced at Liu Bei, and said, Xianda used to study with Master Lu. He brought Liu Bei into the camp. If he ignored it, wouldn't it chill the hearts of other generals? Lu sure, and Mengda knows this. Cao's expression remained unchanged, and said, but I still said that, since I claim to be a descendant of King Zhongshan, then please show evidence to prove my blood. If it is true, Mengda should apologize. But if not, then don't blame Mengda for his ruthlessness. The majesty of today's sage and the dignity of the Han dynasty must not be humiliated. Insult, kill without mercy. If Liu Bei is really the officially certified descendant of King Zhongshan Jing, will he follow Gongsun Zan and become an unknown junior? Now he doesn't care if Liu Bei is a descendant of King Zhongshan Jing, even if he is, so what? Everyone present, who doesn't know the character of Zhongshan Jing Wang Fengliu. So today, Liu Bei, he is dead. Big-eared thief, a person who can be nicknamed by the administrator, will definitely shine in the future. But unfortunately, all of this, at this moment, has to change. Chapter 17, Powerless. Leader, this. Gongsun Zan's face was urgent, and he got up to talk. Although he was not sure of Liu Bei's identity, he was also a little annoyed that Liu Bei had been talking about the descendants of King Zhongshan Jinghao all the time. But since Master Lu accepted Liu Bei as a disciple, that's very telling. Hey Bogui, don't worry about anything, speak slowly. Yuan Shao flashed his eyes, waved his hand, and said with a smile. Although he didn't know why Caoama wanted to kill this unknown person, he didn't know what Ama was thinking. But since there is no conflict of interest with him, what harm does he do to help Ama? After all, the two of them were childhood friends, and Ama's power was not weak, and he still had some help in the consolidation of his leadership position and the distribution of benefits after the war. Is it true that Ahu is really so loyal to the Han dynasty? This thought only flickered in Yuan Shao's mind. After all, he still had some understanding of Aha's character. Oh, forget it, Suand, this time for brother, there is really nothing you can do. Gongsun Zan sighed faintly, then sat down slowly, his expression a little lonely. He is not stupid. Looking at the expression on Yuan Shao's face and listening to what Yuan Shao said just now, how could he not know Yuan Shao's thoughts? Originally, he still wanted to let Yuan Shao come forward to stop Cao, but now it seems that the leader also sentenced Liu Bei to death in his heart. That being the case, at the end of the day, the only result is that his face is dull. Could he still force Yuan Shao and Cao to change their minds? If he had this strength, then the position of the leader would not belong to Yuan Shao. It just made him wonder why Cao came here and killed Liu Bei. Is it really because Liu Bei said that he is a descendant of King Zhongshan Jing? The 18 princes gathered here, to be honest, how many are there who are loyal to the Han dynasty? who has no thoughts in his mind. Liu Bei, do you have any evidence? If you have any evidence, take it out, and I will personally plead your case. Cao stared at Liu Bei with cold eyes, and the murderous intent in his words did not hide at all. He wants to explain one problem to the princes present, that is, Cao, his heart to kill this unknown man is very firm, and no one should come out to make trouble. Otherwise, it is a deadly enemy. If you don't speak, it means there is no one. Come here. Pull this rope down and execute it immediately. As Cao said, he turned his eyes slightly, looked at Zhang Fei and Guan Yu, and said, Nianer and others are deceived by this time, he will not be guilty of such crimes. Guan Yu took a deep breath when he heard the words, and immediately pulled Zhang Fei with his hands and said, Thank you, General. A large part of the reason for the 3 marriages between the 3 of them in Daowen is Liu Bei's royal status. But now, regardless of whether Liu Bei's status as King Zhongshanjing is true or false, from then on, Liu Bei will only be a dead person. What's more, there is also a little doubt in his heart, Liu Bei, is he really a royal family? After all, how can the descendants of King Zhongshan be reduced to selling straw shoes? Moreover, General Cao was so decisive and murderous, he must really have a Han room in his heart. Yes, General. After several soldiers holding Liu Bei responded, they detained Liu Bei and prepared to execute his sentence. No matter how Liu Bei screamed and yelled while leaving the camp, none of the princes stood up to speak for him. After all, the princes are not fools, how could they fail to understand what Cao meant? At the same time, in the chat group, the surname is Cao, the name is Cao and the word is Mengde, the administrator, the big ear thief Liu Bei has been killed by me. Brother Su. What is this efficiency? So fast? Chapter 18, Love from Allies. Tony has no money, wait, I seem to have found a problem. Tony has no money, at Mende, why did you change your name? The surname Cao's name is Caozi Mengde, my nickname was on the screen just now. Everyone communicates as friends. It's always a bit embarrassing for me to show my nickname. Surname Cao, Caozi Mengde, so I changed my name, Mengde is my character, and everyone will call me Mengde in the future. Limulu Tempest, oh, you can really change your name. Do you think my real name is better? Bofeng Watergate, haha. Indeed, Limru's real name is much better than I am not a slime. Brother Su, Meng Wang, Big Pineapple, what are you doing when you change your screen name? You didn't look at your screen name, how fit your temperament? Limlu Tempest. Wave Wind Watergate. Mo King? Big Pineapple? What is this title? After the administrator nicknamed Tony, he stretched out his ugly hands to them again. Tony has no money, tisk. What a nice name, but then again, pray to Nam, are you with blonde hair and standing upright? Tony has no money, you still have Limru. The administrator keeps calling you the king of cuteness. As you can imagine, you must be cute? Come on. Send a photo to make the big guy happy. Limlu Tempest. Wave Wind Watergate. Tony, the mouth is cheap, right? Brother Su, has no money, Mr. Shadake, have you forgotten the fearful memories of being dominated by the Marquis of Vauban? Brother Su, remind you, the power of Mengwang and Big Pineapple is very strong, let alone other things, at least destroying a New York City, it will be the same as playing. Brother Su, two of you, I can only remind you that it's here. You can take care of the rest. Tony has no money. Administrator, this is. You can't speak while standing, right? Picking things up to this one, this is really, no one. Tony doesn't have any money, the group leader day, come and take care of your administrator. Brother Su. Brother Su, look, Mr. Big Shit, My hand shakes a little. You may leave this group forever, how about it? Don't panic. Tony has no money, the big guy can't afford it. The big guy begs for mercy. Although he knew that the administrator was joking, the joke really made him a little flustered. Because he knew very well in his heart, what kind of opportunity this chat group was for him. Immortality. Immortal. Even travel to other worlds and see the beauty of other worlds. This is something that was unimaginable before, but after joining this chat group, everything will be possible. The group leader is a mighty power standing at the end of the road. Even just a single leg hair can bring him unimaginable benefits, right? If he is really kicked out by the administrator, I am afraid this will be the most regrettable thing in his life, not one of them. Brother Su, be careful when you speak. Do you still want to hit my short report? Don't you know that the group leader is almost not online? Does hitting my little report work? To be honest, he almost couldn't help laughing when he saw Tony's words. This guy is really courageous, and he dares to report himself to himself. This is indeed full of inexplicable joy. Bo Feng Shuman, okay, Mr. Shida, after talking to the administrator, let's talk about it again. Bo Feng Shuman, after I have enough points, I will definitely go to your world to play, let you feel the love from allies. Tony has no money. Love from allies? This. He doesn't want to experience it. Chapter 19, Become a Group Pet. Tony has no money, pray to Nam, what are you talking about? We are allies and should help each other. How can you do such a thing? Bo Feng Shuman, hey? What did I do? Bo Feng Shuman, I want to go to your world and let you experience the love of allies. Is this wrong? Bo Feng Shuman, why don't you welcome me to be a guest at your place? Marquis Vauban, haha, 4 generations of Hokage, Bo Feng Shuman, right? Yes, the old man feels that you should have done this a long time ago, to destroy New York, and Mr. Shit will not be skinned anymore. Tony has no money. How did the Marquis of Vauban, the Demon King of another world, join this battle? Why is the name Mr. Shitape who is still fanning the fire? Devil, aren't they all very cold? Especially the words just now, how long has it been before the devil's cold appearance faded, revealing his funny nature? Limlu Tempest, if you are not suitable to go to Watergate, I can go. Seriously, I want to see that modern city again. Limlu Tempest, of course, if you can experience the feeling of destroying New York, it would be great. Tony has no money, how come our lovely Limru has become like this? Limru Tempest, hey? Lovely Limru? Didn't you still talk about King Meng just now? Would you like me to send photos to make you happy? Tony has no money, well, this is an accident, this is really an accident. Brother Su, haha, the one who is close to Zhu is red, and the one who is close to Ink is black. From now on, our Mr. Big Shit will be reduced to a group pet and be threatened by all major forces. Brother Su, tisk tisk. This sounds like a touch of emotion, doesn't it? Brother Su, at all members. Tony Stark, chairman of Stark Industries, a proud technological genius. He believes that no genius has always wanted to be threatened, even if it is just a joking threat. This is a shame for a genius. And shame is not necessarily a bad thing, at least Tony Stark must study the steel suit during this time. Otherwise, in the chat group, there is really no status at all. Limlu Tempest, very sensational. Super sensational. Just let Mr. Shit bigger, under the duress of our dark forces, tremble with fear. Bo Feng Shuman, very sensational. Super sensational. Just let Mr. Shitaki, under the duress of our dark forces, tremble with fear. Marquis of Vauban, very sensational. Super sensational. Just let Mr. Shidashu, under the duress of our dark forces, tremble with fear. The surname CAO's name is CAO Mengdi, Very sensational. Super sensational. Just let Mr. Shitaja, under the coercion of our dark forces, tremble with fear. Tony has no money, the essence of human beings is really a repeater. Tony has no money, hey? Wait a long time they threaten me even if they threaten me, you, a historical figure, old antique, also pretend to threaten me as dark forces. Tony has no money, believe it or not, if a few missiles go down, you can wipe out all the troops in your hand. Tony has no money, really, I didn't bluff you. Under the missile, human life is a waste. Sir name CAO, word Mengdi. Are missiles just those powerful explosive iron weapons in Iron Man 1? In this case. Chapter 20, Intimidating the Wrong Person. Marquis Vauban, hello. Why? Are you bullying people now? Marquis Vauban, old antique? When I first came, wasn't your name to me also old antique? What is it now? You want to bully us old antique? Don't you want to get mixed up? Marquis Vauban, or, do you still want to experience the fear of being dominated by the destruction of New York? If you really want to, I don't mind helping you. As the oldest demon king in the world, he has read many books and is very knowledgeable, so he has naturally understood the historical records of that mysterious ancient country. CAO, the hero of the Three Kingdoms period, he naturally knows, and he even went to the ancient country to get to know this hero. It is not an important reason to know CAO, it is just boring. In fact, the main reason he came out to help CAO was because of the administrator. The administrator, I didn't like Liu Bei a bit. Although Liu Bei was CAO's enemy, it was because of the administrator's instructions that CAO killed Liu Bei. The most important thing is that the efficiency is so fast, the administrator will certainly have a slight favor. And after listening to the conversation between Tony's trio just now, it seems that the three of them also entered the chat group a few hours ago. That being the case, there is nothing first come first served for everyone, all the same. From another perspective, perhaps the administrator's favorability towards CAO is the highest, not one. Limlu Tempest, hey, Mr. Shitak was beaten in the face, right? Although Prime Minister CAO is not your opponent, someone is covering it. Bo Feng Shuman, Tony, you are not doing this thing very authentically. It's hard to get an ordinary person in the group. You still intimidate others, do you want to cause a group fight? Tony has no money. Tony has no money, please, I'm an ordinary person, okay. CAO is an ordinary person, isn't he an ordinary person? What logic is this? Brother Su, Mr. Big Shit, you'd better go and research and develop your steel suit. If you don't research and develop, you can only play in the mud. Brother Su, at Mengdi, I may visit your world in a while, how about? Welcome or not? Limlu Tempest. Bo Feng Shuman. Marquis Vauban. Tony has no money. The administrator is going to the world of CAO, what are they going to do? You know, according to their guess, the administrator is a peerless power who transcends the world, even just a few words at random can give them a general improvement. The most important thing is there any important treasure in the world where CAO is located? Brother Su, are you repeaters? The same all day long. Brother Su, I just want to see what it was like at the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty when wars were frequent. As a modern person who grew up under the Red Flag country, he is always very curious about the Three Kingdoms period. Especially his current strength is enough to ensure that he will not be in any danger in the Three Kingdoms era. Even if you are surrounded by an army of millions, you can come and go freely. What's more, the cross-border talisman with 150 points doesn't look very expensive, does it? The surname is CAO, the name is CAO and the word is Mengdi. If the administrator comes to us, of course I would like to express the warmest welcome. The surname is CAO, the name is Cao and the word is Mengde. This is also the most glorious moment in my life. Please let me know when the administrator is coming soon. I must be fully prepared. Tony has no money. He suddenly felt in his heart, did he intimidate the wrong person just now? Cao, you have a golden thigh. Chapter 21, Pillow Wind is Best. Brother Su, you don't need to be so nervous. When I go, just set a table casually. I'm not that particular. The surname of Cao, the word of Cao, Mengde, good administrator, I understand. The administrator does not pay attention, that is, the administrator does not pay attention. Such an existence stronger than the immortal came to his home as a guest. Wouldn't he be too stupid if he didn't arrange it properly? Across the world. It's just this magical power that has surpassed his imagination. In fact, he is still thinking, do he need to collect beautiful women? I heard that Wang Situ's family had a stunning beauty who seemed to be called Diao Chan, right? Do you need to get it here? Okay. In this way, even if the administrator took Diao Chan's attention and finally took him out of this world, it didn't seem to have much to do with him. At most, it can only be regarded as a contribution to beauty, not much use. Do you want to accept Diao Chan as a righteous daughter, or become a righteous brother and sister, so if the administrator likes it, you can be considered relevant. The pillow wind is best to blow, as long as the administrator gives himself a little something, then he will definitely make a lot of money. Immortality is no longer an unattainable dream. As for the administrator who didn't like Diao Chan? What's that? Do you have any losses? Not at all. Brother Su, At has no money, you can upload all the records of the romance of the Three Kingdoms, the history of the Three Kingdoms, and the historical records about the Three Kingdoms to the group. Brother Su, how? Tony has no money, okay, no problem. He knew that this was the administrator stepping down. After all, what he said just now was a bit too much. A generation of heroes will most hide their emotions. If Cao is strong in the future and thinks of today's enemies, wouldn't he be embarrassed? In fact, Su Chen couldn't help it, after all, he was no longer in his original world. Perhaps there are records of the Three Kingdoms in this world, but after all, it is definitely not allowed. Prime Minister Cao in this world may be a powerful person with a high level of cultivation, and he may be playing with it. How daunting would Cao be if he uploaded the history recorded in this world to the group? Even if one is not good, I have to doubt myself, I have this kind of power? Marquis Vauban, oh, the administrator, in fact, I can also upload it. How can I trouble Mr. Shit for this kind of thing? Marquis Vauban, right? Tony has no money. Tony has no money. This devil is really terrible. No, you have to hurry to make steel suits, and then update and upgrade them. When I can beat this old man, I must let him know why the flower is so red. Ding, Tony doesn't have the money to upload Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Book of the Later Han, 3 National Congresses. Please download and watch. Tony doesn't have money, at name, there are so many different worlds. I don't know whether your world is the world of romance or the world of official history, so all I can do is upload all the historical materials about the Three Kingdoms. Tony has no money, compare yourself and see which one is true. The surname is Cao, the name is Cao and the word is Mengde, okay, thank you Mr. Tony. Although what Tony Stark said just now was a bit unpleasant, but in the final analysis, they didn't tell lies. As long as he can get a suit of the steel suit, I am afraid he can push the entire Han dynasty with one person. The princes are fighting, the army is fighting. In front of the magical weapon of the steel suit, it was all a joke. And Tony Stark took the initiative to show his okay, how could he be stern? Chapter 22, Making the Moon. Tony has no money, it's okay, it's all trivial. If I can help you in the future, please mention it. As long as I can do it, I will not be stingy to help. The surname is Cao, the name is Cao and the word is Mengde. In this case, I really appreciate it. Although he knows that this is Tony Stark's courtesy, but since this sentence is released, let him do a little favor in the future, it must be nothing. I need to study Iron Man 1 carefully and understand the future world where Tony Stark is in, so that I can make some requirements in the future. Marquis Vauban, yeah, what's the matter with our big poop? It suddenly changed so much? Do you suddenly understand life and know how ignorant you were before? Limlo Tempest, yeah, what's the matter with our big shit? It suddenly changed so much? Do you suddenly understand life and know how ignorant you were before? Bo Feng Shui Men, yeah, what's the matter with our big poop? It suddenly changed so much? Do you suddenly understand life and know how ignorant you were before? Tony has no money. Tony has no money, it keeps repeating, is it interesting? A bunch of repeaters. Limlo Tempest, it's cool to repeat for a while, and it's always cool to repeat. Marquis Vauban, haha, Mr. Dumpling, you accept your fate. Be a group pet, shiver under the oppression of evil forces waiting for me. As an ancient demon king, the Marquis of Vauban was actually very lonely. In mastering the powerful power, he also endured the loneliness of the strong, and it was in this situation that his character became more and more withdrawn and weird. However, after joining this magical chat group, not to mention the magical degree of the chat group, just this kind of joking way of communication makes him feel happy. At the very least, the group of friends inside would not think too much, and would not shy away from his status as a demon king. All of this brought him a strong sense of experience. Tony has no money, a bunch of bitches. Tony has no money, I'm going to do research and development, goodbye. Limlo Tempest, Mr. Shida, what research and development are you doing? How boring is the research and development, come to the crowd. Have fun with everyone, and have fun together. Bo Feng Shuman, the big is finally engaged in research and development. Haha. It seems that the persecution of our dark forces is still very useful. As a temporary ally of Tony Stark, he was very happy to see that Tony Stark finally began to engage in research and development and research on steel suits. If Tony Stark is in the water and messes up again, he really has to think about whether he should cooperate with Tony Stark. Marquis Vauban, I saw you talking about the 6 immortals when I was flipping through the chat log just now. I would like to ask, how powerful are the 6 immortals in your world? Bo Feng Shui Men, I haven't seen the 6 immortals, so I don't know the specific situation. Bo Feng Shuman, but as far as I know, the moon floating in the sky of our world was specially created by the 6 immortals to imprison and restrain a beast. Marquis Vauban. Make the moon? It sounds like something. At this moment, Su Chen stretched out and walked out of the rental house. He did not pay attention to the dynamics in the chat group anymore. He is no longer considered a weak person, and it is time to come and see the magic of this world. There must be many strange things in the shining world of practice, right? Chapter 23, Show Student ID. Have you heard? Grandmaster Rong Feng is coming to Linjiang. I have naturally heard that Grandmaster Feng graduated from Linjiang University, and now Linjiang University celebrates its 70th anniversary. As the strongest among the graduates, Grandmaster Feng naturally received the highest level of invitation. Tisk Tusk. Linjiang University, who can cultivate such a peerless power as Master Feng, deserves the name of a first-class university. Oh, it's a pity that I can't go to Linjiang University, otherwise I really want to see the honor of Master Feng. If I can talk to Grandmaster Feng, I can say it for a lifetime. Not long after leaving the rental house, Su Chen heard a lot of useful information. This is not because he likes to overhear. The main reason is that he really doesn't have a way to obtain information. In desperation, he can only do so. What's more, this can't blame him, it can only be said that he has good physical quality and strong mental power. The spiritual power is covered, and what others say will naturally reach his ears. Master Fang? Then go to Linjiang University to have a look. After Su Chen pondered for a moment, he said with a smile. Immediately stepped on the footsteps, the figure disappeared out of thin air. Since I have come to this world, I have to contact the strong in this world. How to learn the secret information of this world without contact? Is it possible to wait for others to come by themselves? As for going to Linjiang University? That's because, in the six-fold realm of cultivation, only those with a heart-moving state can be called a master. This Grand Master Fang, if nothing else, should be a heart-moving cultivator. Jarvis had already let him watch the video data of the atmosphere practitioner. After the comparison, Su Chen felt that his current strength could completely crush the atmosphere practitioner. Therefore, Grand Master Fang was his first goal after he walked out. The pedestrians coming and going around didn't seem to care too much about the figure that suddenly disappeared. Who has never seen a few people who disappear in the same place in an instant? Is it worth the fuss? At the same time, at the gate of Linjiang University, a steady stream of pedestrians entered the school for the first time. The guard of Linjiang University stood at the entrance of the school, checking the information of every visitor. Students of this school, show their student ID. Non-students of this school, present the invitation letter. If you don't have a student ID or invitation letter, I'm sorry, but I can't come to this school celebration. The 70th anniversary of Linjiang University, especially Master Fang will be here today to congratulate his alma mater. So it is very important that every door guard is not stupid enough to make a mistake at this time. If something goes wrong, the consequences will be very serious. Of course, there are also people who don't need a student ID card and invitation letter, and that's someone who has a face in Linjiang. Such a character will definitely have an invitation letter. Therefore, the guard would be stupid enough to ask for an invitation letter from this kind of person. If anyone asks for an inspection, it would be really stupid. Sorry, classmate, you can only enter after showing your student ID. When a guard saw Su Chen, he went straight to stretch out his right hand and said solemnly. He didn't say the invitation letter, because Su Chen looked like a student. How could there be an invitation letter? Excuse me, if I don't have a student ID and invitation letter, how can I get in? Su Chen flipped his right hand and asked with a smile. How could the guard behave according to the rules without being arrogant? And he didn't teleport to Linjiang University, just want to enter from the university gate normally, he came here to participate in the celebration, not to do bad things. So sneaky, no need. Chapter 24, The Quirks of the Strong. You don't have a student ID? You are not a student of this school. The guard frowned slightly and said, but without a student ID and invitation letter, there is indeed another way. If you can meet this requirement, you will naturally be eligible to enter Linjiang University. Su Chen's expression remained unchanged when he heard this, and said, please speak. If there is a way, that's good. In fact, he already had a plan in his heart. If he really refused to let in, he would not force it. It was not necessary, and it was indeed impolite. He would only be on the sidelines, and when the Grand Master Fang came, he would release his qi machine to lock him. As a mind movement cultivator, he should still be very sensitive to this kind of qi lock, and if he doesn't hide himself, he will definitely find himself. By then, won't you let yourself in? As long as your excellency has the strength of Kongmei realm, you are so self-confident and qualified to enter Linjiang University. The guard said in a deep voice, Kongmei realm cultivators are considered to be worthy figures in Linjiang City, so they are naturally eligible to participate in the celebration of Linjiang University. Although he looked at Su Chen's age, he didn't think Su Chen would have such strength. But as the guard of Linjiang University, his attitude is not that bad. Treating visitors equally is their professional quality. Even if there is disdain in his heart, he will never show it. Look down on others. If that person is really just an ordinary person, look down on, then look down on. If the person who comes to hide his identity, if he looks at the other person with contemptuous eyes, then it is bound to cause a great disaster to himself. Such gaze will only cause trouble to himself, so why should he show it? Of course, there was a reason why he said these things to Su Chen. This young man made him feel different from those ordinary people. That kind of indifferent self-confidence, he has only seen in the young generation of Linjiang University, the proud of heaven, so he worried that this one is also a proud of heaven. After all, there are a lot of things that the pride of heaven does about pigs eating tigers. Is the strength of Kongmei realm. The corner of Su Chen's mouth curled up, and his eyes moved immediately, and an aura burst out, sweeping towards the surroundings. Anyway, I came to see Master Fang, low-key, and there is no need to be low-key. Moreover, the explosive momentum is required by others, but it can't be regarded as having to pretend. That being the case, it's self-righteous, exploding momentum, and at the request of others. I don't know who your excellency is? Come to Linjiang University, what can I do? Your excellency burst into full momentum during our school's celebration. Is it possible to challenge our school? It seems that Linjiang University has a villain coming to the door. It's weird. Knowing that Grandmaster Fang is coming, but still like this, is this person's purpose, Grandmaster Fang? A strong aura spread from Linjiang University, and then a figure in ancient costume and robes appeared at the door one by one, looking at Su Chen solemnly. The 70th anniversary of Linjiang University is a happy day for the teachers and students of the school. But if a villain comes to the door, then all this will be greatly changed. It is not impossible that a day of joy becomes a day of sorrow and shame. What's more, under this momentum, everyone knows that the strength of this uninvited guest is very powerful. This is a master. I'm just testing whether I am eligible to participate in the school celebration. Why are so many people here? Su Chen thought about it. After putting away his momentum, he smiled and asked, Guardian, I don't know if I am qualified to participate in the Linjiang University celebration. Doorman. What should he say? Fortunately, just now, there was no ill-talking relative. Such a strong person appeared in front of him, pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, and talking to him with a smile? Is this the quirk of the strong? Chapter 25, Brilliance. My lord is really joking. With your strength, how can you not be qualified to enter? After the guard swallowed his saliva, he suppressed the panic in his heart, and said calmly. Although his strength is low, he also knows that Su Chen just broke out with a strong momentum, not to mention that the school leaders have come, so you can know how powerful this one is in front of him? Ha ha ha! It turns out your excellency is here to attend the school celebration. In that case, Linjiang should be a warm welcome. A thin man in an elegant robe walked towards Su Chen, and smiled as he walked. Introduce yourself, my dear Wu Dingguo, the president of Linjiang University. The aura that just broke out just now has already explained a lot of problems and made everyone understand what kind of identity this person is. Who dares to ignore the Grandmaster's door? Even if he knew that the Grandmaster came to pick up trouble, he was a villain. But before picking up the matter, who would dare to shut out a master? My name is Su Chen. I heard that Linjiang University is celebrating your campus, so I'm here to visit. Su Chen smiled slightly, stretched out his hand and said. Wu Dingguo's eyes flashed when he heard the words, and then said with a smile, It is really an honor for our school to be able to participate in our school's anniversary, and it also makes the teachers and students of the school feel brilliant. Seeing this young master's voice, there was no feeling of stern snorting, it was not like looking for trouble. Perhaps all this, he just thinks too much. This master sir really just came to Linjiang University to visit. For the 70th anniversary of Linjiang University, 2 masters came to participate. This will be a milestone in the history of Linjiang University. I really don't know, do Grandmaster Su and Grandmaster Fang know each other? Of course, this idea only flickered in Wu Dingguo's mind, and he didn't think about it. After all, even if he thinks closer to reality, what's the use? The most important thing now is to welcome the young master to Linjiang University, do all the etiquette arrangements, and let the master feel comfortable. The Grand Master is relieved, the celebration of Linjiang University will naturally be more unimpeded and completed successfully. Okay, let's go. Su Chen stretched out his hand and said, then, surrounded by Wu Dingguo's leaders, he entered Linjiang University. This also made him feel a little bit. In this world of cultivators, ordinary people don't even have the qualifications to enter a university, really. However, this also proves from the side that the students cultivated in universities should all be cultivators. The college students in this world have much higher gold content than the college students in that world. Who dares to ignore a cultivator who is not weak when he enters the society? This group of college students, probably before graduation, will be approached by a group of forces and make various promises. As for the threat of intimidation, he felt that under normal circumstances, it should not exist. After all, a university is not just a display. If the school's high-level officials are allowed to know these things, then what this force greets may be a catastrophe. The world of cultivation and the formulation of laws may also be very different. Wow! Not long after Su Chen sat down, a blue streamer flashed across the sky. Then a middle-aged man dressed in a blue jersey with a firm face and exuding that strangers should not breathe appeared in the eyes of everyone. This one is obviously Master Fang. And the moment Grandmaster Fang arrived at his alma mater, he turned his attention to Su Chen. Because under the eyes of everyone around him, only Su Chen made him feel a sense of pressure and crisis. This also made him understand that the young man sitting in the guest position is likely to be a master. Chapter 26, Celebrities. Haha. President Wu, won't you introduce this to me? Grandmaster Fang said with a smile after falling to the ground. Although he is not stern, but facing a master, the most basic kindness still has to be expressed. Otherwise, let a master misunderstand, it will be really troublesome. Although he is not afraid of trouble, but the trouble that can be avoided, why should he appear? Inadvertently, Grandmaster Fang glanced at Wu Dingguo with his dissatisfied eyes. When a Grandmaster came, why didn't Wu Dingguo notify him in advance? If he knew it, he would never enter in this high-profile way, which is really embarrassing. This one is Grandmaster Su Chen Su. Wu Dingguo hurriedly got up and introduced, Master Su, I will also introduce you. This is the Grandmaster Rong Fang who graduated from our school. You should have heard of the 98th rank strong master. Su Chen slowly got up when he heard the words, stretched out his hand and smiled, I did hear about it, Grandmaster Fang, hello, this is the first time we meet. When Xiang Rong saw Su Chen stretch out his hand, he also stretched out his hand and shook it. Nice to meet you. Even so, there was still a trace of doubt in Xiang Rong's heart. Master Huaguo, that's all, he has basically seen him. Even if he hadn't seen it, he had heard of the deeds of the great masters of Huaguo and knew the looks of those great masters. No way, after meeting, you can't help but know each other? It's embarrassing to think about that kind of scene. Fortunately, there are not many masters in Huaguo, so every master basically knows other masters, which can be regarded as a minimum of respect. But why has he never seen this Grandmaster Fang? Is this Grandmaster Fang a young master trained by a hidden force? Okay. Xiang Rong couldn't help frowning slightly after they held their hands. Shaking hands is also a good test. Facing an unfamiliar Grandmaster, although he shouldn't be too reckless, there is still no problem with a quiet trial while shaking hands. However, after the Zhenyuan he was tentatively entering into Su Chen's hands, it sank like a stone into the sea, without the slightest ripple. This kind of vision also made him understand that this Grand Master Su was far stronger than he thought. Ha ha! After Xiang Rong laughed twice to cover up his embarrassment, he slowly pulled out his right hand. If someone looks closely, he will find that his right hand is shaking slightly. He tempted Su Chen. How could Su Chen not test him? However, just a trace of magic element entered the body, which made this Grand Master Fang a little unbearable, and his right hand began to tremble slightly. I don't know which famous power was Su Zongxi from? Which senior was it that cultivated such a peerless talent as Su Zongxi? Xiang Rong sat next to Su Chen and asked with a smile. By shaking hands just now, he already knew Su Chen's age through bone age. At such a young age, he became a master, and even a grand master far stronger than him. How could this not shock him? But what does that party famous power mean? Why let this peerless Tianjiao come to participate in the 70th anniversary of Linjiang University? Is there any other meaning? Famous forces. Su Chen shook his head slightly and said, I am not from a famous power, and I don't have a master. The current cultivation base is just the result of my own deliberate and random practice. Direction wrong. Wu Dingguo. Everyone. If you don't want to say it, you don't want to say it, but is it interesting to say this now? It's not from a famous force, but by blindly trying to figure it out on your own, and you have cultivated to a master? Are they really fools? Chapter 27, Monsters. Ha ha ha. So Grand Master Su must be extremely talented. Xiang Rong laughed and said, since Su Chen didn't want to disclose more, then why should he continue to ask? Generally so, third in the world. Su Chen smiled slightly and said slowly. Xiang Rong heard that the corners of his mouth twitched. This proud man of heaven is really, not modest. Soon the two began to talk. For Su Chen, this was an opportunity to absorb important information from the current world. For Xiang Rong, this is a good time to make a good friend of heaven. So the two of them talked about speculation. Wu Dingguo was silently relieved when he saw the two masters sitting on the spot and started talking with a smile. Grand Master Su really didn't come to look for things. In this case, Linjiang University's 70th anniversary celebration this time will be a milestone. The 70th anniversary, two masters are here. Perhaps he can take this opportunity to apply for more educational resources from the Ministry of Education. After that, Wu Dingguo did not hesitate anymore, and directly began to greet everyone to hold the 70th anniversary of Linjiang University. In less than a while, various music began to sound, and the 70th anniversary celebration of Linjiang University began. In the performance, every performance student worked hard. Because they all know that there are two powerful masters sitting on the table. If they can be appreciated by the two masters, their lives will be greatly changed. But it's a pity that Su Chen and Xiang Rong's joking conversation made the two of them not mind paying attention to the above performance. Soon, the 70th anniversary of Linjiang University ended. During this conversation, Su Chen also got a lot of useful information from Xiang Rongkao as he wished. The earth, the country of China, this world of brilliant practice, is indeed in great crisis. Demons and ghosts have always existed in the world. Among human cities, it is relatively safe. But it's just safer. In the dark and stinking sewers of the city, no one knows how many demons are hidden. In fact, monsters are relatively easy to solve for cultivators. They have a physical body and can fight and kill. But ghosts are invisible and bodiless, and ordinary cultivators are basically helpless when encountering them. Of course, weak ghosts don't dare to look for cultivators. Compared with the vigorous aura of cultivators, they can disperse the bodies of those weak ghosts. However, powerful monsters are enough to destroy a city. Without exception, those cities destroyed by demons and ghosts, the end of human beings, are very miserable. Especially in cities destroyed by powerful ghosts, all people's souls dissipated and turned into corpses, filled with terrible death. Unless powerful cultivators take steps to purify, this area will only become more deadly and eventually become a ghost paradise. From the words of the Grand Master Xiang Rong, Su Chen could hear the worry about mankind and the confusion about the future. This world, human beings, seems very insecure. Haha. After chuckles, Su Chen waved goodbye to Rong. Immediately after a thunderbolt flashed through, Su Chen's figure disappeared in place. He has already got the news he wants, and there is no need to stay here. Now he feels that his first priority is to find a way to improve his cultivation strength, first become a Dao fruit realm cultivator before thinking about other things. After all, this world is not very safe. Will demons and ghosts massacre cities? It's so good to be young, full of hope for the future, so good. Unlike me, who is so calm and uncertain about the future. Xiang Rong looked at the front and whispered to himself. He is true and admires Su Chen's mentality very much. It's great to be full of hope for the future, and full of vigor and vitality. As for what I just said, he felt that Su Chen must know that a Tianjiao from a big family would not understand this common sense. Chapter 28, Villain Boss. As soon as Su Chen returned to his rental house, he felt that someone was in the chat group at. Immediately a little with his right hand, the chat screen appeared in front of him. He felt that he would not encounter the attacks of demons and ghosts in a short time. What's more, at present, even if you encounter monsters, you don't need to worry about your own strength. Monsters and ghosts are powerful, and it doesn't matter if he can't stop them. You can use the cross-boundary talisman to hide in other worlds for a while. In addition, he is not a native of this world, and this world is nothing but a strange world to him, without any fetters. Do you still count on him to be born and die for this strange world? Marquis Vauban, the administrator, I heard that you can predict the future, but I don't know, can you tell me about my future? Marquis Vauban, although you may not like this, but it is my heart. Ding, the Marquis Vauban sent an exclusive red envelope. Tony has no money. Tony has no money, why are the exclusive red envelopes sent by the administrator? When will I have an exclusive red envelope? I am envious. Marquis Vauban, has no money. If you don't mind the old man destroying New York, the old man can send you an exclusive red envelope now, how about? Tony has no money. Exclusive red envelopes are also divided into levels. He can also send out a lot of exclusive red envelopes, not to mention anything else, he still has no shortage of dollars. But is this useful? If the Marquis of Vauban sent him some stone rubbish, wouldn't he be forced to get home? Tony has no money, big guy can't afford to offend, I can't afford to offend. Marquis Vauban, Tony, if you are as talented as the administrator said, then let the old man open his eyes. When that day comes, the old man will not be stingy with the exclusive red envelope. The administrator said that Tony Stark is a genius. Can be called a genius by the administrator, from which can we tell Tony Stark's talent? So even if he sends an exclusive red envelope, it doesn't matter. After all, he has given out his divine power, and he has no loss. In that case, give it out to promote the friendship between the two. What else? Of course, if Tony did not show his value, then he would not have any mercy. Compassion? 300 years ago, his compassion was gone. Ding, Brother Su has received your exclusive red envelope. At this moment, a prompt lit up on the chat interface of the Marquis of Vauban. This also let him know that the administrator is online. Brother Su, really, I'm embarrassed to be so polite one by one. Brother Su, I uploaded a scene that was developed in your world, but your picture is only a bit, it seems that you are still a villain. Brother Su, what? What do you think about being a villain boss? Ding, Brother Su uploaded a small memory scene God Killer. Ding, Limru Tempest has accepted it. Ding, Bo Feng Shuman has received it. Ding, Tony has no money already accepted. Ding, Marquis Vauban has accepted it. Ding, Mengda has accepted the surname Cao and Cao. The Marquis of Vauban wanted to see what his future would be like. Is it really a villain? Others want to see if the world power level of the Marquis of Vauban is strong or not. Especially Tony Stark, he watched with great enthusiasm. Once he found that the power of the Marquis of Vauban was only illusory, he must let him understand why the flowers were so red. Isn't the cross-border talisman 150 points? He bought it. Anyway, he signed in this time and scored 42 points, which is 4 days at most. Chapter 29, Task Interface. Well, the exclusive red envelope given by the Marquis of Vauban is the divine right of the convict of the fire of karma. This divine right seems to be plundered from the of fire Zhu Rong, right? Su Chen looked at the enhanced column of his chat interface, frowned slightly and fell into thought. The points required to repair the convicted person, defective, of karma fire, 1500. 1500 points, just the number of points, you can already see the power of this god. Limuru's magic element energy is upgraded, but 1000 points, so the power of god must be stronger than Limuru's magic element power. And he also knew from the information from the exchange group that the side effects of the divine power of the convicted of karma is very big. Let's not mention the problem of energy consumption. Just tens of seconds to accumulate power is enough to cause a great crisis to the caster. After all, the enemy will not stand in place and watch you amplify your moves, unless the enemy is a fool, or is also accumulating power to release a big move. Group check-in, every time you check in, you will get 1050 points. His luck was a little bit better. After signing in for the first time, he got 45 points. In other words, he now has nothing but 45 points. Forget it, let's talk about it if there are points in the future. Su Chen sighed lightly, and then moved his mind to integrate the power of the god of karma fire into his body. Buzzing! An extremely hot burning power swirled and ascended under Su Chen's danshan, and under the blessing of the mysterious power, it quickly merged into the magic element power in his body. Fulai and magic element power blend together, fusing into a brand new power in the circling circle. In the world of gods' layers, people are killing the incompetent gods. If you want to become a walking natural disaster, you must go to the border between life and immortality and accept the reincarnation ceremony of the witch Pandora. But that was in the world of the gods' lair. In this world, even if there was Pandora, there would be no power to interfere with the energy of other worlds. What's more, fundamentally speaking, the divine power of karma fire's judgment entered Su Chen's body from the exclusive red envelope, which can also be said to be the power of the exchange group. With the power of the exchange group, how can Pandora control it? Well, the power of the divine power of karma fire is really powerful, much stronger than Limru's magic element power. Su Chen felt the fusion power in his body, his eyes flickered, and he muttered in a low voice. The magic element energy of Limru was just recovered from the period of the Feng Lang clan. It can be said that it was when Limru was the weakest, so it is not as good as the Marquis of Vauban's karmic conviction divine power, which is normal. If Limru grows up to the end and becomes the boss of the 12 demon kings, then the Marquis of Vauban may not be able to beat Limru Tempest. Anyway, this is a complex of hanging forces. Points, can they only be earned by signing in every day? Su Chen thought melancholy, although dozens of them are beautiful every day, is this speed a bit too slow? Just when Su Chen was sad and melancholy, a new announcement in the exchange group suddenly appeared, causing the entire exchange group to boil. Ding! The conditions for opening the task interface have been met. Notice! The existing task is open. Please go to the task interface to view the task. Tony has no money. Limru Tempest. Bo Feng Shuman. Marquis Vauban. Surname Cao, caozi mengdi. If there are tasks, there must be rewards. And what is the reward? It goes without saying. Integral. The channels for obtaining points are group tasks. Chapter 30, Vicious Traveler. Task: there are micro loopholes in the world of the Eastern Han Dynasty. A vicious traverser arrives at the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty. The traverser is about to cause great turbulence in the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty. Please go to the Eastern Han world to eliminate the vicious event and return the world to a bright future. Number of tasks: 3 people, excluding group owners and administrators. Task reward: it depends on the level of task completion and the state of world development. Su Chen looked at the character details in the taskbar, rubbed his chin, and started to think. Eastern Han Dynasty? Is CAO in the world? The mission reminds us that there are micro loopholes in the Eastern Han Dynasty. Does this mean that there will be small, medium, and even large vulnerabilities in the future? There are still vicious travelers? Is it malignant? Is it also benign? In fact, he also saw that this task should be for points. How strong can the vicious traversers of the Eastern Han Dynasty be? After all, in an ordinary world, even if the traverser has gold fingers, the abilities provided by gold fingers are very limited, right? In the group, apart from CAO and the current Tony, which one does not have the power to crush the Eastern Han world? The surname of CAO, the name of CAO, the character of Mengde, Eastern Han Dynasty. Is this the world I live in? In the world I live in, there is a traverser mixed in. Although CAO is an ancient person, he is far inferior to others in terms of thinking. But after accepting the books uploaded by Tony and watching those memory scenes, he took the initiative to learn, trying to make up for his own shortcomings. Therefore, in the occasional chat group, he also knows many words. The traverser is one of them. Tony doesn't have any money, it seems. The possibility is very high. According to the endless dimension, there should be many in the Eastern Han Dynasty. Tony has no money, but I guess, only if there is a problem in the world of the group friend, the exchange group will manage it, and release tasks for group members to complete. Tony has no money. After all, whether other worlds are destroyed or not, what does it have to do with our exchange group? Limlu Tempest, although Mr. Shidachi is usually very unreliable, but this time I agree with Mr. Shidachi. Bo Feng Shuman, well, yes, Tony finally said something this time. Tony has no money. What makes him very unreliable? As the chairman of Stark Industries, he has always been very reliable, okay? And Watergate, is this what the Allies said? Marquis Vauban, ha ha ha, the old man hasn't been so excited for a long time. Going to other worlds sounds like a heart-pounding feeling. Limulu Tempest, +1, support the old Marquis. Bo Feng Shuman, +1, support the old Marquis. Tony has no money, +1, support the old Marquis. Marquis Vauban, Mr. Big Shit, when has everyone gone? Shouldn't you jump out and accuse the old man and attack him by the way? Tony has no money. Is his character set like this already? Why do you suddenly feel that you can't get along in the exchange group? Everyone is okay, you seem to be, a pistachio. Limlu Tempest, by the way, the level of the old Marquis world should not be low. He can destroy the city at every turn, and looking at the battle scene of the old Marquis, it is much better than me now. Marquis Vauban, it's okay if you don't mention it. When you mention it, I really feel a little unbelievable. I feel that the 3 views have been broken. Bo Feng Watergate, what's wrong? Marquis Vauban, the God's Lair and the gods of disobedience have always been enemies, innate enemies, incompatible enemies, but what is that thing? After becoming a God's Lair, Kusanara Godo actually fell in love with the gods of disobedience. He is so invincible. Marquis Vauban, the old man is really convinced. I have to say something, really awesome. Chapter 31, Very Attractive. Brother Su, haha. It seems that our Marquis Vauban is very puzzled at this moment. Brother Su, this is the horror of the protagonist. It can make all impossible possible. Not to mention falling in love with the of disobedience, even if the of disobedience commits suicide for the protagonist and voluntarily integrates his own power into the protagonist. It's all very possible. Brother Su, also. Has the Marquis discovered that he was a little stupid in the memory scene? Marquis Vauban. Marquis Vauban, it seems that this is what the administrator said. Marquis Vauban, in the memory scene, I feel as if I was a bit stupid. Why should I stand still and watch Kusanagi go to zoom in? Marquis Vauban, there is also that kind of spiritual spell, my intelligence network, is it paralyzed? Knowing that those women are so important to Kusunagaru, don't you get rid of them first? Marquis Vauban, just those women who want to fight with me? You can crush them to death with just one finger. Marquis Vauban, forget it, don't talk about it, there are too many loopholes. Am I really old? Why do I talk so much in a time? How many gods did he kill in 300 years? Nowadays, except for the one from Middle-earth, other gods' layers are not in his eyes. Can Kusanagi Zhongtang just plunder a divine power from the of war? Can he defeat him? Even forced him to become a black dragon to escape? This is really the protagonist. Brother Su, understand, it's the protagonist after all. Not to mention the innate advantage of not being able to die, but also the aura of wisdom that permeates you. Brother Su, during the battle, some protagonists will lower your IQ to the same level as him, and then use a wealth of experience to defeat you. Marquis Vauban. Although this sentence sounds weird, it seems to make some sense. The surname is Cao, the name is Cao and the word is Mangde, I don't know when the administrator is going to come to our world, which also gives me a bottom line. Really now, he was flustered. This was not because of the mission. He knew that since the traversers who came to their world were identified as vicious traversers by the exchange group, they even released the mission. That means there is no much suspense about this matter. He doesn't know how strong the administrator is, but according to his estimation, it should be okay to ruin the world, call the wind and call the rain, and be immortal. Otherwise, how can the owner be set as an administrator? He is mainly worried that the administrator is coming. He has no arrangements. Isn't that embarrassing? Brother Su, haha. Don't worry, Prime Minister Cao, we may all go to the Eastern Han Dynasty in a while. Brother Su, after all, this is the first mission of the exchange group. In short, it is somewhat important. Brother Su, by the way, I didn't expect that this exchange group also has a task function, and it seems that after completing the task, the reward points will not be less. Brother Su, it looks so attractive. Marquis Vauban. Limlu Tempest. Wave Wind Water Gate. Tony has no money. Points are really attractive. They can see this from the mall. Maybe there are only cross-border talisman seals in the mall now, but they believe that after a while, there will definitely be many good things in the mall. By then, they will need to use the expensive points in their hands. But having said that, the hall administrator said that points are very attractive. Is it appropriate? Are you worried that they do not value points, so I hereby declare it? Really is. I have to say that this wave of operations by the administrator is very impressive. Chapter 32, To serve the public. Brother Su, you are really a group of repeaters. Apart from repeating others, don't you make innovations yourself? Brother Su, okay, because of the task quota issue, let me ask first, who doesn't want to participate in this task? Brother Su, 3 places, not including me, besides Cao, there are 4 people in the group. Brother Su, did anyone give up this opportunity voluntarily? 4 of them, he couldn't tell who would give up directly. If no one really gives up, he can only draw randomly, or roll the dice in the exchange group, it depends on who is out of luck. Tony doesn't have any money. Master Administrator, I won't go this time. Tony has no money. Be a good person, give this opportunity to others, and some people in the province will cheat me all day, saying that I am not good at character. Limlu Tempest, who said that? Mr. Shida has such a good character, who is so shameless. Bo Feng Shuman, that's it, which Mino said shamelessly. It's really, Tony is such a good person, how can he say such things? Marquis Vauban, ha ha ha, a lot of shit, this is the first time the old man sees you doing good deeds, keep up the good work. Tony Stark's voluntary withdrawal also made the three of them feel relieved. 4 people, if no one voluntarily quits, the administrator is bound to screen out one person. The 3 of them did not feel that they were too noble in the eyes of the administrator, and more conspicuous than the others. To put it bluntly, what is the difference between myself and ants, for such a powerful administrator? Therefore, Tony Stark's voluntary withdrawal made the 3 people excited and very happy. After all, if you travel through the world and communicate with the people in the group, who doesn't want to see other worlds? Even if there is no supernatural power in this world, all are ordinary people. This is also very interesting. The most important thing is that this time they can meet the mysterious and powerful administrator, not to mention being favored by the administrator, leaving a good impression in the heart of the administrator, that is also a great harvest. Brother Su, yeah, this is not in line with the character of our Mr. Dumpling. Brother Su, say. Have you dated any beauty recently to spend the spring festival together? Tony has no money. Administrator, what do you want to do? He has finally served the public once, why is it so difficult? Okay. In fact, he is not serving the public, mainly because he has not yet developed a steel suit. If he goes to the Eastern Han Dynasty, he can only bring a few guns with him. Is the gun a threat to a powerful man like the Marquis of Vauban? Maybe after going to the Eastern Han Dynasty, he still has to rely on CAO's people to protect? This is indeed shameful. Especially when other people are showing off their powers and showing their power in front of the administrator, this ordinary person is particularly dazzling. In that case, he might as well not go. Limlu Tempest, oh, that's it, the old driver with big will be online soon. Tony has no money. Tony has no money. Limru, are you really the cute king? How do I feel that you are a hidden old driver? Brother Su, hidden old driver. Brother Su, then you have misunderstood Limulu, he is an old driver of real value, where is he hiding? Limlu Tempest. He felt that he shouldn't have spoken just now. He even wondered whether the administrator was a boring powerhouse who made up for the bullets every day. This is really... Chapter 33, the administrator praised. Marquis Vauban, haha. Yes, the administrator is right. Marquis Vauban, but I really want to know now, do we need to prepare for another world? He has never been to another world, this is the first time. Even before that, he had never heard of going to another world. Therefore, his heart, which has not been turbulent for 100 years, is still a bit excited after all. But do you need to prepare to go to another world? Also, whether he wants to change into a solemn formal attire, as the administrator is so powerful. If it's too casual, wouldn't it disrespect the administrator? Let alone whether the administrator will be dissatisfied. In case of dissatisfaction, isn't it dangerous? Also, if Limuru and Bo Feng Shuman both go to see the administrator solemnly, if they are not solemn, wouldn't it show that they are more rude? Perhaps the administrator speaks in the group without being small, but who knows what kind of personality the real administrator is? The older and stronger the existence, the more rigid and rigid the thinking. So he didn't dare to bet, he thought it would be better to ask. Bo Feng Shuman, same question, to be honest, the first time I went to another world, My heart was full of excitement, so excited. Limlu Tempest, haha, and everyone, especially the administrator, who is under the line, I also look forward to it. I don't know what the administrator looks like. Limlu Tempest, but according to my estimation, the administrator must be super handsome. Tony doesn't have any money, how does King Meng speak? Is it an estimate for this? The administrator must be the most handsome. Even among the endless dimensions, the administrator is the most handsome. Tony has no money, who dares to oppose me and who is anxious about this matter? Marquis Vauban, although I don't support Mr. Shadake for other things, I think Mr. Shadake is right about this matter. The administrator must be the most handsome. The surname is Cao, the name is Cao and the word is Mengde. I feel handsome and unrestrained, and Yoshua Linfen can't describe the appearance of the administrator in case. The surname is Cao, the name is Cao and the word is Mengde. Now I regret that I read very little. I racked my brains and worked hard, but I couldn't think of any words to describe the appearance and posture of the administrator. Brother Su. Why did they all become bragging kings in a while? By the way, have these people in the group seen him? One by one, all blowing like this? In fact, they don't need to see Su Chen's appearance, they just need to follow Tony Stark's words and just continue. With such a power as an administrator, his face and posture must be extremely perfect. So they just have to praise it. Normal people, how many do not like others to praise it? Of course, if the administrator is not a normal person, and if you bother others to praise yourself as handsome, then everyone will praise it together, and the administrator must not be too targeted at someone. The communication group has just started, the administrator shouldn't clear everyone out, right? Brother Su, but you are right, especially Prime Minister Cao, who deserves to be from a family background. What you said is really good. Brother Su, go on, don't stop. The surname is Cao, the name is Cao, and the word is Mengde, the administrator has praised it. I am really ashamed. The knowledge in the book can't express what I feel and think. I decided to work hard and study from now on. Tony has no money. Limlu Tempest. Marquis Vauban. Is this the hero of China's ancient history? Maybe, yes. Normal people, who would be like this, shameless? Chapter 34, this is a serious group. Brother Su, haha, actually speaking with you, Su is very happy. Tony has no money, chatting with the administrator is the happiest thing in my life, there is no one. Tony has no money. After joining this exchange group, I realized how dark and desperate my previous life was. There was no light. Tony has no money, thanks to the almighty host. Thanks to the handsome administrator. Brother Su, Tony, you are really, very interesting. The chairman of Stark Industries, flattered, was also sloppy. But looking like this, for the first time flattering? There is still something. Brother Su, before I left, I was still a little curious about the way the Marquis handled your protagonist in the world. Brother Su, the Marquis is going to let it go and let the protagonist continue to be the protagonist, or is he going to intercept the protagonist in advance? Marquis Vauban, at any rate, they are two gods who do not follow, or powerful gods such as the of war and the Lord of the Mediterranean. After the plunder, my strength should be greatly improved. Marquis Vauban, to be honest, after this period of time has passed, I am going to meet this so-called protagonist, and then I will just hit him to death with one finger. Tony has no money. Is this Marquis cruel? In fact, he didn't feel much about killing people. The point is, he seems to be the protagonist in the memory scene sent by the administrator, right? The Marquis of Vauban tortured and killed the protagonist in this way, making him, who is also the protagonist, feel a little chilly. Now he was suddenly very fortunate that the group owner invited him into the exchange group. If the group owner invited Obadi, he didn't know how miserable he would die. Maybe this is the protagonist's halo? Brother Su, haha. The Marquis is really too extreme to do this. Brother Su, the protagonist of your world is very useful. The Marquis can restock him, and even at a critical moment, let him plunder several weak gods. Brother Su, after all, the protagonist. The frequency of the unobservable gods around him is always far greater than that of others. Brother Su, as long as you keep an eye on him, will the Marquis still lack the of incompliance? I am afraid that in a few days, every 10 days and a half, there will be a of incompliance. Brother Su, thinking about this, how does the Marquis feel? Marquis Vauban, well, in this way, it seems that it is better to keep the results, but also has greater value. Marquis Vauban, thank you for the administrator's advice. In that case, I will keep this guy. Marquis Vauban, but the administrator, what do you think of the few women around Kusanagod? If the administrator needs it, I can take them to the Eastern Han world this time. He took a look at the women beside Kusanagi Godo, they were not bad. Mainly he doesn't know what type of women the administrator likes, otherwise, he must conduct a beauty pageant for the administrator around the world. With his status, a beauty pageant in the world, who dares to say anything? Tony has no money. Wave Wind Water Gate. Limlu Tempest. Why did the talk suddenly start to change? Is this the beginning of the power and color trading? The ugly pie transaction, just started? Humph. So ugly, they are ashamed of this person. Simply shameless. Tony has no money, Marquis, you really are, how can you do such a thing? It's shameless. Tony has no money, speaking of the administrator, do you like to be gentle or wild and unrestrained? As long as the administrator speaks out, I will definitely handle this to the administrator. Brother Su. Brother Su, what are you doing? We are a serious group. Give me a little seriousness. Chapter 35, Some Specialties for a Steel Suit. Brother Su, At has no money, what are you doing? Look at this group of wines, what are they crooked by you? Brother Su, it seems that I have to see the Taoist master in some time and give him a good opinion. Tony has no money. In other words, the wind is crooked, is he bringing it? Obviously it was brought by the Marquis of Vauban, he just followed suit, not the main culprit. Also, the administrator said he was going to find the group leader, my god, this is scary, okay? After the group leader goes online, will he not rectify this unhealthy trend? Pooh! What evil spirits! He was obviously just giving a gift. Yes, that's right, it's just a small gift. It's just this gift, which the administrator looks down on. So awkward. Brother Su, okay, let's get back to business, we should also set off. To be honest, the words of the Marquis of Vauban and Tony Stark still have a trace of heartbeat. But there is no way, a strong man is powerful, will he be moved by mortal beauties? If he really chooses to accept, it will be difficult to explain many things, and the future is not good, letting them know that they are just a rookie, then it is really embarrassing. Ding, do you turn on group owner privilege too? An icy elevation sounded in Su Chen's mind, which caused Su Chen to be taken aback, and asked suspiciously, what is this second group leader's privilege? Privilege of the group leader too, completely covering one's own secrets and breath, shielding all perceptions, except for the naked eye, all perception functions will not perceive the existence of the group leader. This privilege is great. Su Chen beamed his eyes and said excitedly, then turn it on. Hey, right, are there any other privileges for the group owner? If you have, you don't need to tell me, just turn it on. Current number of privileges, 2. All have been activated, and there are no other group owner privileges. Su Chen. The posture of the exchange group seems to be expressing a point of view. I remind you that only you can enable the group owner privileges. I don't remind you, you don't. Could it be said that certain conditions are needed to enable the privileges of the group owner? The second group owner privilege was opened because he wanted to go to another world, in order to improve his visual level, and to make himself fool the group friends? Well, this may be great. Limlu Tempest, hurry up. I can't wait, I'm completely ready. Bo Feng Shuman, haha, I have my luggage ready too, everyone, I have brought some special products of our world, this time we meet, let you taste it. Marquis Vauban, no problem, the old man also wants to taste the specialties of your world. Marquis Vauban, my lord, now that everyone is ready, can we go now? Tony has no money, Shuman, send me a red envelope and just send some of your specialties. I can't go this time. What a pity. Wave Wind Water Gate. Ding, Bo Feng Shuman issued an exclusive red envelope. For the time being, the two are allies, and it's okay to post some special products. Seeing that Tony's steel suit is very good, I asked Tony for one when the time came. It seems that it's okay, right? Well, some special products are exchanged for a steel suit. This transaction seems to be a good deal. Tony has no money, haha, thanks to Pray to Nam, I will also give you our specialties in the future. Bo Feng Shui Men, okay, I'm waiting, don't let me down. He has no shortage of delicious specialties and fun specialties. After all, the Naruto world has them, but the ninja can't make a steel suit. This special product should be fine. If Tony knew Bo Feng Shuman's idea of hitting the steel suit, he would definitely vomit blood. Before the steel suit was made, it was targeted. Chapter 36, Base Below Line. Brother Su, okay, since everyone is ready, we can indeed set off. Ding, the mission is about to start. Participants, 3, Limru Tempest, Bo Feng Watergate, Marquis Vauban, excluding administrator and group owner. All participants are requested to be prepared, the transmission will begin soon. Reminder, this crossover is required for the mission, so crossover talisman seals are not consumed. Call out. A white light emerged from the void and instantly fell on Su Chen. In the next moment, Su Chen found himself in a very primitive environment. At a glance, he could see soldiers wearing standard armor in the distance. Call out! Call out! Call out! Before long, he saw 3 white rays of light fall. Then a blonde man and a middle-aged man in a suit appeared in Su Chen's field of vision. The blonde man was naturally the 4th generation of Hokage, the Bo Feng Water Gate known as the Golden Glitter. The European appearance of the man in the suit has also proved his identity, the Marquis of Vauban. As for the blue slime that descended with the 3rd beam, does this still need to be explained? Limru, the cute king, looks really cute. It's the first time you meet each other. I think, all of you can guess their identities. Su Chen smiled slightly, stretched out his hand and said. Haha, this is nature, the identity of Limru and the Marquis, I think I already know. Bo Feng Shuman smiled heartily, Limru is a slime, he still knows this matter. Although there is no slime in the ninja world, he has never seen the appearance of a slime. But at the moment he came, he probably already knew what a slime looked like. And the Marquis of Vauban, do you need to say more? As for the administrator, he really didn't expect that the administrator is such an approachable existence, and it is like a spring breeze between talking and laughing. In fact, the moment he came into this world, he had already sensed his surroundings. The breath shows that there are only 3 breaths. The administrator is clearly in front and can be seen by the naked eye, but with the ability to perceive, there is no trace of gratitude, as if it never existed. It is very scary. If it is someone else, he will be shocked, even a little frightened. But this person is the administrator, so he is not shocked. Administrator. Such a powerful existence makes me feel no breath, how normal. After all, it is not only Bo Feng Shuman, Lim Ru and the Marquis of Vauban also felt it when they came, but their conclusions were exactly the same as Bo Feng Shuman. The administrator is really powerful. It's just that this hand's ability to constrain the breath is beyond their imagination. I can't feel it at all, even if the real person is in front, I still can't feel the slightest. This kind of power, like a big hand to erase everything, makes people think about it. Hehe, after the line was based, I found that the administrator was really handsome, and Mr. Shidachi did not exaggerate. Lim Lu jumped on the shoulder of Bo Feng Shui-men and said with a smile. Among the three, he preferred Bo Feng Shuman. No way, whoever makes the Watergate look the most gentle, and he dare not jump on the shoulders of the administrator and Marquis Vauban. Master Administrator, when we come here, do we need to see CAO? Anyway, he is also our group friend. The Marquis of Vauban looked at Su Chen and said with his hands. Having lived for more than 300 years, he is well versed in Eastern and Western etiquette. When talking in the exchange group, he felt that the administrator might be a stalwart existence that favors Eastern civilization. So before coming, he kept admonishing himself that it is better to follow Eastern etiquette when speaking. By the way, also take your temper. Chapter 37, The First Group Rule. Go, let's see CAO. Su Chen chuckled and said, CAO's location is also easy to find. He is in the camp of the 18th Root Prince's allied army. Let's go directly. The coalition camp, do not disturb the idlers. But are they idlers? Even if they are idlers, in this world, who would dare to say that they are idlers? Not to mention anything else, Lim Ru, the weakest among them, could easily destroy the 18th Root Princes. Regardless of the number of coalition forces, they really want to fight. It won't take long for Lim Ru to destroy the group. I also want to see the demeanor of Prime Minister Cao. Lim Lu turned into a small hand, waved his hand and said, below the line, success will make peace, haha. At the same time, in the exchange group, Lim Lu Tempest, successful face, perfect harmony. Now, we are about to set out to find Prime Minister Cao, a photo of 3 people and 1 slime. Limulu Tempest, Prime Minister Cao, I will see us soon, are you happy? Tony has no money. Tony has no money, the administrator is so handsome. Everyone I've seen in my life is ashamed of the handsomeness of the administrator. Tony has no money, really, including me, not even the administrator is handsome in case. Tony has no money, if I had a manager who was 1/10,000th handsome, I'm afraid I could wake up from a dream. Wave Wind Watergate. Limlu Tempest. Marquis Vauban. Why is it gone for a while and Tony has become a licking dog again? Brother Su, Tony, if you say that, I really want to ask, do you know which one is me? Brother Su, I'll give you 3 seconds, speak quickly. If you can't answer, you know the consequences. Brother Su, 3. Brother Su, 2. Tony has no money, of course I know who it is. The handsome guy with black hair and black eyes on the far left is the administrator. Tony has no money, really, the administrator, you must be the most handsome, do I need to say anything more? Actually, who is Su Chen? This is not a problem at all, the special form of the slime directly exposed Limru's identity. The approximate images of Bo Feng Shuman and the Marquis of Vauban also appeared in the memory scenes, and Tony had seen all the memory scenes, so there was still every point in distinguishing the administrator. 3 people and a slime, this is still very easy to distinguish. Bo Feng Mizuman, by the way, Limru, how did you take the photos? Limlu Tempest, haha, we didn't meet just now, and then I thought it would be great if this chat group could take pictures as a souvenir. Limlu Tempest, as soon as this idea came out, the chat group became a camera interface. Naturally, I took pictures of this miraculous moment. Limlu Tempest, at any rate, this is our first time traveling across the world. It's okay to keep a memorial. Limlu Tempest, in the future, when we see this photo, we must be full of nostalgia. The administrator thinks I am right? If the administrator minds, I will delete the photo. Brother Su, it's okay, just take a photo to commemorate it. It's just that the photo can only be kept in the exchange group and no one can pass it out. The communication group also has the function of taking pictures. To be honest, he really didn't know. This time, he also knew a new feature. Ding! The first group rule is released. It is not allowed to circulate photos in the exchange group without authorization. Violators will be kicked out of the exchange group and never accepted. Tony has no money. This is the administrator, is it beginning to use his power again? It's kind of scary. Chapter 38, Legendary Monster. At the same time, the coalition camp. After seeing the information in the exchange group, CAO jumped up from his seat, his face changed drastically. Mengde, what happened to you? After seeing CAO's appearance, Yuan Shao couldn't help frowning, displeased. What happened to CAO? It was very strange that I had to kill an unknown junior, and now my face changed drastically. Is there something to do again? The former Mengde was not so disregarded of the overall situation. It's okay, I'm a little anxious, go out. CAO said anxiously, and then walked out very hastily. This kind of anxious appearance really makes people feel that CAO is very anxious at the moment and wants to solve his physical needs. And this scene made other princes couldn't help but smile. CAO. After the eunuch. CAO couldn't stand his internal anxiety when making such important decisions. It was really unbearable. Perhaps CAO cared about the ideas of other princes before, but now he doesn't care at all, and will choose to ignore it if he knows it. Since the moment he joined the exchange group, his destiny has changed drastically. Shen Long, would he care about the idea of ants? Ah, why are you? Xiahedun couldn't help but ask when he left the Union military account. Xiahe's family and CAO's family are family friends, and they grew up together since childhood. So the relationship between the two is much closer than outsiders know. Yuan Rang, you'll know in a while. CAO's face turned straight and said, don't talk for a while, and no matter what happens, don't interrupt, otherwise bad things will happen. Xiahedun was taken aback when he heard the words, and then said, okay, I understand. Although he didn't know what CAO was planning, this incident caused CAO to give up discussing the defeat of Dong with the princes in the coalition camp. Obviously, this matter was extremely important. Mengde, what do you want to do? But Mengde was smart since he was a child and hardly did things that were uncertain. Therefore, his heart is not very worried. Even if Mengde said that he would kill the 17th princes, he felt that Mengde must have his own wonderful arrangement. Not long after they walked out of the coalition center, they felt a flash of light ahead. Then Su Chen and others appeared in front of them, because Limlu posted photos in the exchange group. So CAO was mentally prepared, and he knew that the administrator and his party had extraordinary powers, so he was not too shocked by this sudden scene. But Xiahedun was different, he didn't know everything in front of him. Su Chen and others suddenly appeared in front of him, Limru's weird appearance broke his cognition, and the alien appearance of the Marquis Vauban shocked him even more. If it weren't for Xiahedun's request when he remembered seeing the smiling face of CAO in front of him, I am afraid that he would have wanted to draw out his big sword, put on a fighting posture, or even attacked. The arrival of the Sir, the administrator, really makes my fellow man alive. CAO said with a smile, the bright smile on his face made Su Chen somewhat uncomfortable. Haha. Prime Minister CAO doesn't have to be like this. Everyone is a group of friends. We are here to complete the task. There are still things to get rid of, Prime Minister Cao. Su Chen smiled slightly, stretched out his hand and said. Yes. Prime Minister Cao, I have been fascinated by you for a long time. Limulu said lively, and he happened suddenly, directly shaking Xiahedun behind him in fright. This thing can actually vomit? Is this the legendary monster? But looking at this situation, Ahu is, obviously know this monster. But why has Ama never mentioned this to him all these years? Could it be that the Ahu he knew was just the tip of the iceberg of Ahu? Chapter 39, Satisfy My Curiosity. Haha. I've been fascinated by Rimuru for a long time. Cao arched his hands and said with a smile. By the way, Prime Minister Cao, the mission says that there are vicious traversers in your world. I wonder if anything weird happened recently. Su Chen lightly raised his right hand and said, as for the information Tony passed you, if the recent events don't conform to any of the versions, it should be the ghost of the traverser. Vicious traveler, this term is very interesting. If the traverser is benign and malignant, he should be considered benign, right? After all, he is the leader of the exchange group. How to calculate it? Shouldn't be a vicious traverser, right? I can't post group tasks later, I have to solve myself. How funny is this? As far as I know, everything I have experienced is not very different from what Mr. Tony sent me. After Cao pondered for a moment, he said solemnly. Su Chen's eyes moved when he heard this, and he whispered to himself, is that so? Is it possible that this traverser just entered this world after releasing the group mission? Although this is his guess, it is very likely. Vicious traversers should cause great damage to this world. If this traverser had come to the Eastern Han world long ago, why hasn't it caused any major movement? Of course, if this person has just arrived in the Eastern Han dynasty, everything is possible. Maybe the traverser now is brewing something? Everyone, we may have to stay in this world for some time. Su Chen turned around and said with a smile. When I first come to another world, if I have time, I would like to visit Europe before and see how this world is different from the world I live in. The Marquis of Vauban smiled heartily. He really wanted to see what would happen to a who doesn't follow, a Europe where ordinary people are the masters of the house. It's okay to look at it, but you don't want to destroy the structure of this world, otherwise it may have a big impact on the score of our task. Su Chen nodded and said, this world is called the Eastern Han world. Since it is a world, then Europe should exist, right? Perhaps it was only when Cao entered the exchange group that the exchange group saw this world as the Eastern Han world. If this is the case, the exchange group's attitude towards group friends is really good. I understand this, I just go take a look and satisfy my curiosity. The Marquis of Vauban looked straight and said solemnly. In this matter, he is not too casual. After all, task scoring rewards are also very important to him. The higher the task score, the higher the reward points. Now that the administrator has prompted this way, this is for sure. After all, the administrator is a high-level administrator, and even according to his guess, the final score is performed by the administrator. Otherwise, why is there no limit to the administrator in the exchange group? The power of a poor communication group to travel through the world still comes from the mighty power of the administrator. Anyway, the administrator is a terrifying existence at the same level as the Taoist master. Well, you just have to know it. Su Chen nodded slightly and said, Prime Minister Cao, we are weirdly dressed. It doesn't matter if you take us with you. Cao didn't hesitate to hear this, and said quickly, it doesn't matter, of course, if the administrator wants to go to the coalition camp, I can take you to have a look. At this moment, standing in Xiahedun's mind was chaotic. What do these people call AMA? Prime Minister Cao? Ahu, when did you become the Prime Minister? Chapter 40, Come Together in a Group. Xiahedun hesitated to speak, but Aha called one of them both black and black, but dressed up as an administrator. Although he didn't know what the administrator meant, the word manageable, he still understood the meaning. In addition, Aha's attitude towards this administrator is obviously more respectful than the princes and even the elders in the family. From this point, he has already seen some clues. "My lord administrator, everyone, please come with me." Cao turned halfway, stretched out his hand and said, "Ha ha ha, I can't wait to see the 18th princes who only exist in the ancient books, I am really a little excited." Limlu jumped twice on the shoulders of Bo Feng Shui men and said expectantly, "Since you are looking forward to it, go and take a look." Su Chen chuckled and said slowly. At the same time, in the exchange group, Marquis Vauban, at Tony has no money, Mr. Shitaja, we are going to the coalition camp soon. Are you happy? Tony has no money. How could this old thing, the Marquis of Vauban, become skinned? Marquis Vauban, also, after the mission is completed this time, I must buy a cross-border talisman and go to the world of Mr. Shitaki for a visit. Marquis Vauban, when the time comes, please don't welcome me, Mr. Shit. Tony has no money. Oh, Marquis, I am very busy these days, and may not have time to receive you. Just in case, you come back in a few years. Marquis Vauban, I know you have been very busy recently, but it doesn't matter. I don't need your company to travel to your world, we just need to meet and say a few words. Marquis Vauban, the rest, you don't care about me. Marquis Vauban, I really, just wander around at will, and I will go back when I finish shopping. Come again in a few years? Joining this magical exchange group, every moment is precious. Who knows what Tony Stark will be like in a few years? I'm afraid that when the time comes, things will already be true. Limlu Tempest, okay. I also want to go back to the world of science and technology, and I heard that Mr. Shitaki is the richest man in Stark Industries and a powerful group. Limlu Tempest, wow. Speaking of it, I haven't spoken to the richest man in my life yet. I want to experience it too. I will be behaved then, don't worry about Mr. Shit. Tony has no money. Why did Rimuru come to participate? By the way, aren't you participating in group missions? It's not interesting to participate in the task, and tease me together. Although it was teasing, Tony really couldn't guarantee what Limuru and the Marquis of Vauban had said. After all, he didn't know how many points would be awarded for this mission. Cross-border talisman seal, 150 points. If there are a lot of reward points for the task, 150 points seems to be nothing, right? Thinking about it this way, the possibility of these two monsters using cross-boundary talisman to find him is still very high. When Lim showed up, he was not very repulsive. After all, he looked at Rimuru's memory scenes. Rimuru's personality can be said to be very gentle. If a weak person provokes Rimuru, Rimuru can finally let it go. So even if Lim showed up, it shouldn't be a big deal. But the Marquis of Vauban was different. This old man had a weird temper and a moody mood. Who knows if he comes to New York, will New York have a big explosion? In their world, there is no power to contend with, even if SHIELD finds the position of the Marquis of Vauban, there will be no second result. By then, as someone who has been in contact with the Marquis of Vauban, I am afraid that he will be greatly criticized. Tony has no money. Actually, if you want to come, I can also make time to accompany you. Tony has no money, but I think many people in the group are very curious about my world. Why don't you form a group and come together? Tony has no money, let the administrator lead the group, how about I be your tour guide? Chapter 41, Misfortune Comes from the Mouth. Brother Su, assemble a group to travel to your world? Mr. Shidachi is really crazy. Brother Su, but having said that, I will go if I have a chance in the future. Tony Stark is still interested in the Marvel world. It's just not expensive. At present, his strength is a bit weak, and he is not suitable for going to a world as strong as Marvel. Tony has no money, ha ha ha, if that's the case, it's really exciting. The administrator must notify me in advance when the day comes later. My tour guide definitely made all arrangements properly. Tony has no money, I promise, you will have a happy experience. Limlu Tempest. Wave Wind Water Gate. Marquis Vauban. Why did they read a hint of evil in Tony Stark's language? Tony Stark is going to commit a crime against the wind? At the same time, the other side. Under the leadership of Cao Su Chen and his party quickly arrived in the coalition camp. Because of the leadership of the princes like Cao, the soldiers guarding outside the door did not dare to stop them, but their eyes could not help showing curiosity. Master Cao went out for a trip, how did he bring so many strangely dressed people? Is this the strange thing in the legend? Mengde, I don't know who these are. Yuan Shao's face changed slightly when he saw Su Chen and the others, then he frowned and said. How did Mengde lead people into the coalition camp? If it is a general under his banner, he wouldn't say anything, but does the dressing of these people have the appearance of a general? Fancy dress. The most important thing is that the body and the skin, the parents, why these people have short hair. At first, these were all my friends, very good friends. This time they were able to come. To be honest, it was beyond my expectations, and it made me very happy. Cao laughed loudly. Seriously, he thought about this introduction. If you talk about immortals, you might make these princes laugh and utter mocking words. Even if he didn't laugh, the sarcasm on his face would definitely be hidden. He didn't care at all, mainly he was afraid that the administrator was upset. The most important thing is that he doesn't know what level of existence the administrator is, and across the world, I am afraid that the fairy gods in myths and legends do not have this ability, right? If the existence of the administrator is countless times stronger than the fairy god, then he said that the administrator is a fairy god, wouldn't he insult the administrator? Just as the Shenlong is an ant, how can the Shenlong not be angry? Humph! Gongsun Zan snorted coldly, and said with disdain, when you dress up weird people and don't respect your parents, when can you come and go freely in this coalition camp? Cao beheaded Liu Bei in front of him. It can be said that he slapped him in the face. Now it's hard to catch an opportunity to attack Cao. If he let it go, wouldn't he be too stupid? He wanted to see how Cao would respond to this question. Don't you know the truth of misfortune comes out of your mouth? Su Chen turned around and said coldly. Immediately, his eyes moved, and a thunder light passed between his eyes. The next moment, Gongsun Zan's head and neck separated, and a lot of blood spurted from the neck. One party prince fell. This infiltrating and weird scene also made the coalition camp silent, and even the sound of breathing was heard very clearly at this moment. But Bo Feng Shuman looked at Gongsun Zan's death, his hands couldn't help but tremble, because he had already seen that the administrator had just used the technique of Flying Thunder God. But when did the power of Thunder God's technique become so great? Can you separate your head and neck directly without positioning? All of this, is the strength of the administrator too strong, or what other reasons? Chapter 42, It End Number 039, S. All Points. Report. Just when all the princes were dumbfounded, short-circuited by the brains shocked by the sight in front of them, and fears in their hearts rose, a small soldier hurriedly entered the camp. Report to the coach that a large-scale enemy attack is detected ahead. What? The enemy is coming. Yuan Shaoteng got up from his seat and said inconceivably, I'm waiting for the 18th princes here. They are strong. As long as Dong Zhou is not stupid, he will not take the initiative to attack. When Cao heard the words, his eyelids twitched, and he thought of something. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. He turned around and looked at Su Chen and said in a low voice, "Master Administrator, there is no sign of Dong Zhou taking the initiative as recorded in various historical materials. Now he takes the initiative to attack. There must be something weird." The 18th princes defeated Dong, except for Sun Jian's defeat. It seems that the 18th princes did not have any major losses. Although Dong Zhou moved the capital in the end, this did not explain much. As for the unparalleled Lu Bulletin, in front of the administrator and the group of friends, he is immortal. What big waves can he make? Limru, pray to Nam, Vauban, go, let's go out and see. Su Chen said softly, and immediately moved his footsteps, and his figure instantly disappeared in place. The figures of the three of them also disappeared in place at the same moment, and there was obviously an accident in the outside scene. It is very likely that the mission target appeared. That being the case, they should take a look out. In fact, the three of Limru guessed that the administrator must have known everything a long time ago, and they didn't tell them, just acting in front of them. This kind of power, I am afraid that everything will be known in one thought. Meng Di, this is... Yuan Shao swallowed and asked with a trembling voice. First Gongsun Zan broke his neck and died inexplicably, but now he disappeared in front of them instantly. Are these few fairy tales? He didn't dare to ask when Su Chen and others were there. Now that they are leaving, he naturally wants to ask. I just said that these are my friends, very important friends. Cao's expression remained unchanged and said lightly. The expressions of the princes kept changing as soon as these words were made. Now that the Han dynasty is weak and troubled times will arise, Cao is favored by immortals. Does that mean that Cao's future is the Supreme 95 Supreme? For a time, the princes kept thinking. But Xiahedun looked at the dull appearance of the people around him, and couldn't help but feel a sense of superiority in his heart. None of these people have seen the world. Look at him, how calm was his performance in the shocking scene just now. In fact, on the way here, he had already guessed a little bit in his heart, so he was not too shocked by the appearance of that scene. At most it was just his hands trembling. Dong Zhou's army has messy military discipline, how can it be so organized? Su Chen appeared on the war defense line, looking at the approaching enemy, with deep eyes, and said softly. I saw that all the soldiers coming forward were dressed in white armors and well equipped. They did not show any signs of clutter as they ran forward, and looked like a dragon and tiger. He even saw that all the soldiers in front of them were expressionless, like a machined robot, extremely cold. Perhaps, the vicious traverser is in Dong Zhou's camp, and his status is not low. Bo Feng Shuman said with a smile. He was very happy for the ruthless soldiers approaching in front of him. Their mission target is vicious traversers, so the more unreasonable, the happier they are. Because this means that this vicious traverser is very likely to be on the opposite side, not to mention a group of ordinary people, even if they are large in number and have strict military discipline, but this will not change anything at all. Master Administrator, can I take action? The Marquis of Vauban said excitedly, being the first person to be the first to behave in front of the administrator, he must have gained great benefits. Moreover, he doesn't think everyone has the same score for any scoring standard. So he still has to fight to get his character score higher. This is all points. Chapter 43, A Test Question. If you want to make a move, it's fine. Su Chen chuckled and said, it's just that our mission target is the traverser. For these soldiers, there is actually no need to waste energy and time. The Marquis of Vauban was taken aback when he heard the words, and then said, the administrator's meaning is not to make too many killings? But the souls of these soldiers are obviously problematic, not the souls of normal people. He doesn't believe in the existence of a mighty person who has such a kind heart and cares about the lives of some ants. So it is very likely that this is a test question for the administrator. I didn't mean it. If you don't feel like a waste of energy, you can feel free. Su Chen said with a smile, and then his figure flashed and disappeared instantly. Ziliang army, all became this weird appearance. That means it is very likely that the vicious traverser is in the imperial capital. Or in other words, Dong Zhou may be the traverser. After all, there are many things like soulware, right? Even if it is not Dong Zhou, it should be Dong Zhou's clothes minister. Otherwise, who can transform all the Ziliang army into this cold look so quickly? So he felt that if he went to Luoyang to take a look, he might have unexpected surprises. Administrator, this is... The Marquis of Vauban stagnated, and said, "Are we going to let us play at will?" Hearing this, Bo Feng Shuman rubbed his chin and nodded, "Maybe we want to let us play at will, especially the last sentence, don't have any meaning." Lim Luo lay on the shoulders of Bo Feng Shuman and sighed, "Are we too cruel to kill so many people at once? For his kind slime, not to mention killing hundreds of thousands of people, even hundreds of thousands of pigs, he couldn't get it. He was a human in his previous life. These people's souls are limited, let us help him recover." The Marquis of Vauban smiled cruelly, and immediately stepped out, his figure appeared in the air. Boom! Clouds quickly gathered in the sky, thunder struck across the sky, and the wind started to blow. The Marquis of Vauban once killed a of disobedience who controlled the trinity of wind, rain, and thunder, so he could control the thunderstorm to attack the enemy. And this scene of changing the world and the earth also caused a great shock to the princes who walked out of the camp. They did not dare to confirm just now, and now they think that this is a fairy. Apart from immortals, who else can change the world in one thought? Administrator, I'm afraid it won't be easy. Cao looked up at the sky, and whispered in a low voice, "So that means that the great power that changed the world was only caused by one of the three of Limru. The Marquis of Vauban. He has seen the memory scenes in the group, and he still has some impressions of the memory scenes in the world of God Killer. When the Marquis of Vauban fought with the protagonist of the God Killer world, he seemed to control the power of the weather, the power of nature. Perhaps Bo Feng Shuman and Limru also have this kind of power, but the first thing he thought of was the Marquis of Vauban. Devil. The walking natural disaster. Every title shows that the Marquis of Vauban is very powerful. Is this the power of the supernatural world? In the future, is it possible for him to have this kind of power to call the wind and call the rain, to change the heaven and the earth in a single thought, and to become a strong man who is high above and overlooks all beings? Nay Limuru, since you think this is cruel, then you can watch it by the side. Bo Feng Shuman's eyes flashed and said, "If you kill these soldiers who shouldn't exist in the Eastern Han Dynasty, you can surely get a lot of points. Points are always a great benefit to us." After saying this, a flash of lightning flashed, and Bo Feng Shuman's figure disappeared in place. But Limru's face changed drastically after thinking about it for a while. Because he suddenly reacted, the person he wanted to recover would definitely require a lot of points. Chapter 44, Fairy Pointing. "Hey, don't kill so fast, wait for me anyway, save me some." Limru turned into a giant wolf with black horns and said hurriedly. Immediately he jumped up, rushed into the icy army in front of him, and began to kill. Although he does not like slaughter, he loves peace very much. But if the slaughter can restore him, he actually doesn't mind the slaughter. Slime is neutral. However, he doesn't want to be neutral. His soul is a man, so he also wants to be a man, a real man. As for the trail of the administrator, the three of Limru didn't dare to speculate randomly. No one knew whether the administrator had a mind-reading skill. They were thousands of miles apart, and read their inner thoughts directly. I am afraid it is nothing to the power of administrators. So they decided to clean up these soldiers first, and then go to Luoyang after cleaning up these aliens in the Eastern Han world, and find out the vicious traverser and eliminate him. For vicious travelers, they are not in a hurry. Anyway, there are only 3 of them who come to the Eastern Han Dynasty. Will there be someone who can't compete with them? When the soldiers not far away saw the supernatural scene that broke the three views, they were all dumbfounded, stunned, and a little at a loss. This is a fairy? Dong Zhou was indeed a rebel. Even the legendary immortals came to the world and stood on their side. At the same time, Luoyang, the imperial palace. Since Dong Zhou led the Ziliang army into Luoyang, cholera has begun throughout Luoyang, and the people have not survived. After all, the military discipline of the Ziliang army is chaotic, and entering the imperial capital Luoyang, seeing this prosperous capital, don't you still expose your desires? The inner court of the imperial palace, the harem of the dragon bed, has also become Dong Zhou's permanent residence. My father-in-law, you can rest assured to enjoy it. You have seen our tiger and wolf teacher. In front of our army, the so-called 18th road princes are nothing more than chickens and dogs. A young man wearing a Confucian robe and holding a feather fan said with a smile. This man in Confucian robe is Li Ru. And beside him, Dong Zhou with a face full of flesh sat on a chair and laughed loudly, ha ha ha, what when you said is that in front of our tiger and wolf teacher, the 18th princes are nothing more than chores. He trusts Li Ru very much. Otherwise, would he bring Li Ru into the inner court harem? As for the weirdness that Li Ru has shown in recent times, it may really be that he got the guidance of an immortal and suddenly opened his mind. At first, he didn't believe Li Ru's statement at all, and he had some doubts about Li Ru. But with the medicinal pill given by Li Ru under the Ziliang military uniform, after the earth-shaking change in combat effectiveness, he slowly believed. Except for immortals, who can possess such supernatural powers. As for Li Ru to be disadvantageous to him? He hadn't thought about it at all. Li Ru directly handed the pill to him, and he personally gave the pill to the Ziliang army, watching them take it and change it. Now that such a big change has taken place, with such obvious immortal supernatural powers, the soldiers of the Ziliang army will only be more loyal to him. And Li Ru's decisiveness also made him trust Li Ru more. After all, you can get this miraculous pill and you can hand it over without hesitation. How many people can there be in the world? If it weren't for being loyal to him, who would be like this? Li Ru and Dong Zhou, don't they? Suddenly, a faint voice rang around. This caused the two people's eyes to freeze, the expressions on their faces instantly solidified, and a trace of panic flashed in their eyes. There are so many guards outside, and they are all powerful soldiers who have been reformed. They all know the combat effectiveness of those soldiers. But now there are still people sneaking around them unconsciously. How can this not make them feel frightened? Who will this person be? Chapter 45, Modern Clothing. Tisk Tusk. Now this time period is so unscrupulous in the palace, it seems that only Dong Zhou is it. After Su Chen appeared in front of the two of them, he smiled and said, as for you, you will only be Dong Zhou's dog head. And Li Ru's pupils couldn't help shrinking when he saw Su Chen's dress. To Dong Zhou's eyes, this dress might be a weird dress, an incomprehensible weird dress. But this dress he is too familiar with, not long ago, he also wore this dress. Modern costumes. Isn't he the only one who travels through in this world? When he thought of this, Li Ru couldn't help but flash in his eyes. In this world, there is only one traverser with him, and one more traverser will only cause greater trouble. What's more, he who has the weapon building system, who has hundreds of thousands of tiger and wolf divisions, will eventually become the supreme ninth five sage. Awakened to the power of the world, drunk lying on the knees of beauty. For him, this is just a small matter. So in any case, this traverser, this tearful fellow who should have met, must die. As for whether you can solve the traverser in front of you? No matter how many people can fight alone, how many can he fight? Two fists are hard to beat four hands, is this person or the cultivator not? What's more, those soldiers were transformed into cold and ruthless tiger and wolf divisions by the army building system. Even if they were immortal cultivators, given him time, he would be able to pile them to death. Oh? You want to kill me as soon as you meet? After feeling Li Ru's killing intent, Su Chen raised his brows and said with a smile, "But I'm curious, what do you want to kill me with? Are the soldiers outside with mutilated souls?" After all, Su Chen stretched out his right hand and directly pinched Li Ru's neck and lifted it up. "What are you doing? Impudent! Give!" Dong Zhou's expression changed after he recovered, and he shouted angrily. Su Chen couldn't help frowning as he listened to Dong Zhou's loud voice. Immediately, with a wave of his left hand, a huge impact came out, directly blasting Dong Zhou's fat body onto the wall. How can Dong Zhou's mortal body bear this force? Soon, this man who had controlled the imperial capital Luoyang and had been stinking for thousands of years, quietly died in the palace. This scene also had a great impact on Li Ru. That was a mind attack? Own fellow, has supernatural power? Is he a normal person? But why? And many more. The fellow said just now, a soldier with a broken soul. Is it true that, as I guessed, this traverser is a genuine cultivator? Rao, forgive my life, for the sake of, who is also a fellow traveler. Li Ru said intermittently. He felt that Su Chen didn't kill himself in the first time, maybe he still has the value of existence. Otherwise, his fate would probably not be much better than Dong Zhou. For the sake of being a traverser. Su Chen smiled slightly and said, "It's so funny when you say this. Since it is determined that you are a traverser, don't talk nonsense and get on the road." As soon as the voice fell, Su Chen's right hand forcefully broke Li Ru's neck. Even if the group mission didn't let him kill Li Ru, he would kill him just because of the killing intent Li Ru revealed to him just now. This also made him feel a little melancholy. Since the journey, his character seems to have become more and more cold. Is it by nature? Or was his heart swelled after he gained strength? In the past, he had already killed 2 people who had not even dared to kill a chicken. But in this state, is it a manifestation of inflation? Ding! At this moment, a new piece of information was generated in the exchange group, which instantly attracted everyone's attention. Chapter 46, Consolation Prize. The vicious traveler has been killed, the mission is complete. Reward points for this mission, 10,000. According to the task completion ratio, begin to allocate task points. Administrator, Brother Su, 70% mission completion, reward points, 7,000. Group Member, Marquis Vauban, 15% mission completion, reward points, 1,500. Group Members, Bo Feng Shuman, task completion rate 10%, reward points, 1,000. Group Member, Limlu Tempest, mission completion rate 4%, reward points, 400. Group Members, Surname Cao, Name Cao, Mengde, task completion degree 1%, reward points, 100. Tony has no money, please ask, aren't there only 4 people participating in this group mission? Why does Prime Minister Cao also have mission rewards? Limlu Tempest, maybe because the location of this mission is in the world where Prime Minister Cao is located. Limulu Tempest, this should be regarded as a comfort reward. His points reward is only 400. Prime Minister Cao didn't do anything. He got 100 consolation prizes, but he only had 400? Ugh, sorrowful. Knowing that he would not hesitate long ago, how many points did he miss when he hesitated? The Marquis of Vauban has 1,500 points, and Bo Feng Shuman also has 1,000 points. Hesitating to make a life is a life-saving, a misstep will become an eternal hate. Tony has no money, comfort reward. Tony has no money, then let these tasks come to my world a lot. Marquis Vauban, a lot of missions are coming to your world? It seems that Mr. Shidake has decided to be a runner in a consolation prize. Marquis Vauban, the dream of Mr. Shit Big Star is really big, and the old man admires it very much. In this group mission, he always thought that the administrator would not interfere. Unexpectedly, the administrator moved so fast, the fighting here hadn't stopped, and the vicious traversers over there would have died? How did it die? Is this still a guess? The three of them are here, so the administrator must have done it. Cheating! The administrator bullied them by such a mighty power, isn't this a joke? After doing tasks with the administrator, wouldn't they have to have some soup next to them? Is it necessary? Did the group owner and the administrator have discussed that they should strictly control the flow of points? Or is it one of the task's tests? They need to kill the task target before the administrator kills the task target? If this is the case, the power used by the administrator must not be too tyrannical. Bo Feng Shuman, Tony, do you think that if there are too many people in the group and the tasks are not divided enough, it happens that the task is the world you are in? Do you think you won't provoke public anger if you grab the qualification for the task? Tony has no money, what am I doing for the job qualification? Tony has no money, who said that if the mission goal is my world, I must mix it with a consolation prize. Tony has no money, if I guessed correctly, Prime Minister CAO must have not participated this time, right? If he didn't participate, he won a 1% bonus point, and if he participated in it and even the number of kills accounted for a large proportion, he must have won. There will be no less points. Tony has no money, the administrator, all future group tasks will be arranged in the world where I live, really, I don't care. Tony has no money, if a lot of damage is caused, we at Stark Industries can compensate for repairs. The chance of a person who doesn't have to grab the qualifications for the task, but can also participate in the task and obtain the points of the task, will definitely make his number of points rise. But he thinks that this possibility is a bit low. But give it a try, is it all right? Chapter 47, Crazy Hint. Brother Su, Mr. Big Shit, are you dreaming? Brother Su, also, the emergence of group tasks, you must also know that we are going to clear loopholes and let the world develop in a better direction. Brother Su, so I don't have such a big right. Anyway, if I had such a big right, I would change my points to positive infinity in the morning. Limulu Tempest, haha. Tony has no money, haha. Marquis Vauban, haha. Bo Feng Shui Men, haha. The power of the administrator may not be as great as the group owner, but it will never be too small. A stalwart presence standing in front of him, but in any case, can't perceive the slightest aura, what kind of strength should he have? However, they felt that if the administrator showed up a few more times, their hearts would be calm. Change points? The administrator is insanely suggesting to them that he can change his points? Brother Su, Tisk Tusk, what is your tone of voice that doesn't believe me? What I said is true. Limlu Tempest, we, very much believe the administrator's words. Slime smile wildly. Tony has no money, yet, Limru, you are giving yourself to the organization. Just use your own appearance to make a meme. Tony has no money, but don't say it, super cute. Tony has no money, I can already imagine that when a group of powerful women floods in the exchange group in the future, Limru will definitely be the favorite of the group. Tony has no money, of course, it may be a male enemy. Limlu Tempest. Didn't he just use his own look to make an emoji? As for this male public enemy? He has to save more points, and then when the group leader is online, consult the group leader and ask the group leader to help him restore his body, a normal gender body. Brother Su, ha ha ha, the emoticon pack, it's really interesting. Brother Su, now that the task is complete, those who want to leave can leave, and those who don't want to leave can stay in this world for a while. Brother Su, we are a relative, and we are backed by the great mountain of Prime Minister CAO. The surname is Cao and the word is Cao Mangde, the administrator is serious. If you don't dislike it, you can indeed come to Mangda's house as guests. Mangda is very welcome. How could he not welcome? Everyone in the group of friends who came here is an existence that destroys the world at every turn. He knew very well in his heart that if he hadn't joined the exchange group, he would probably not be able to have a conversation with one of them all his life, let alone inviting these strong people to be a guest at home. Limlu Tempest, okay. I'll be a guest at Prime Minister Cao's house in a while, don't stir up Prime Minister Cao. The surname of Cao, the name of Cao, the word Mangde, naturally not, then I will stay at home and wait for Limru to arrive. At the same time, the other side. This traverser, the soul is worn on Li Ru, but, how did he transform the Ziliang soldiers into that look? The Marquis of Vauban said that the soul is incomplete, and an ordinary person has absolutely no power to act on the soul. Su Chen said softly, if it hadn't been reminded by the Marquis of Vauban, he would not have seen the souls of those soldiers. After all, he has just embarked on the path of transcendence, and his control and perception of transcendence is bound to be inferior to the veteran powerhouse like the Marquis of Vauban. Ding, explore the incomplete system, will it be absorbed? Suddenly, a cold voice rang in Su Chen's mind, which made his face startled. System? Still incomplete? Chapter 48, Tishan carry the handle. If you don't absorb it, what will happen? Su Chen asked in his heart after pondering for a moment. If you don't absorb it, you can use the system functions as your own use, but in the process of accommodating side effects without side effects, a lot of points will be consumed. What's the use of this system? This system is an incomplete army building system that can extract the negative emotions from the souls of ordinary people and turn them into cold soldiers without feelings. Su Chen twitched his mouth, covering his forehead and said, absorb it. He wants this system, what's the use? It's right to think about it. What powerful system can a vicious traverser created by a micro-vulnerability carry on his body? The absorption is completed, the refining system is completed, and the points earned, 10,000. This reminder made Su Chen's face stunned. After recovering, he couldn't help showing a hint of joy. He completed this task, but got 7,000 points. Now you can get 10,000 points by absorbing a broken system, which is more than all the gains from this mission. Now it seems that the recycling system is also an important channel for earning points. 17,000 points, for him at present, this is indeed a very large number, and this point is enough to make his strength usher in a qualitative leap. Having said that, this kind of feeling, how can there be a sense of seeing that Krypton gold becomes stronger? Immediately, Su Chen shook his head slightly, thinking of the communication group to return to his own world. Wow! A white light flashed past, and Su Chen's figure disappeared in place. As soon as he got the points just now, he couldn't wait to improve his strength, but in this world, it was indeed inconvenient for him to improve his strength. Most importantly, in the eyes of Limru and the others, he is a superpower. If he was discovered by them while he was improving here, although it was nothing major, it would eventually break the mysterious atmosphere he had always created. Everything is possible, so he felt that he had better go back and talk about it. As for Limru and others destroying this world, he felt that it should not. In fact, in the final analysis, even if it destroys this world, there is nothing serious. He also wants to see if the exchange group will penalize this aspect. Exchange groups and strengthen the interface. The points required to repair the convicted person, defective, of Karma Fire, 1500. Magic, Perfect Edition, points required to upgrade, 1000. Flying Thunder God's Art, Perfect Edition, points required to upgrade, 2000. Su Chen sat on the bed in his rental house, and after setting up the next enchantment, he whispered, fix the defect first. After the repair, let's talk about other things. After all, a blazing golden flame appeared in his danshan, and it quickly merged into that compound energy. It was just a momentary effort, and a blazing golden stream of light appeared on that composite energy. At first glance, it made people feel a sense of submission to the king. On the interface of the communication group enhancement, gradually changes have also begun. Karma Fire Convict, Perfect, points required to upgrade, 5,000. After a stick of incense, the energy fluctuations in Su Chen's body subsided, and he slowly opened his eyes. After seeing the points behind the convict of Karma Fire, his eyelids couldn't help but jump. This is more than 3 straight flips? Just kidding? But having said that, the perfect version of the Karma Fire Convict divine power is really much easier to use. Let alone the power, the value of this skill has been greatly improved by simply thinking and acting. Ding! After completing the group task, the group owner can invite a group member to join the Endless Dimension chat group. I'm fierce. Tu Shan carried the handle. The dream is the pawn shop owner. Naughty little monk. Wang Xiaoer. Chapter 49, Appropriate Care. Tuesday. Tishan carry the handle. Su Chen couldn't help but jump at this name. Tu Shan carried the handle. From the name alone, he probably had guessed who the owner of the screen name was. This also means that he has made a decision in his heart. As for other names? I'm fierce, what the is this? The next screen name, the dream is the owner of the pawn shop. This screen name already represents the great ideal and ambition of its owner. The dream is to become a pawn shop owner. It is very likely that he is just an ordinary person, a very ordinary person. And the naughty little monk, what did he invite a naughty little monk in for? Have fun? The last screen name is Wang Xiaoer. Obviously, this is the name of a shop mistress. Even if it is not the name of a shop mistress, it will not be the name of a strong man. Fortunately, in the invitation list this time, there is this Tu Shan carrying a handle, otherwise, it would be really embarrassing. Ding! Taoist Master invited Tu Shan to join the Endless Dimension chat group. Tony has no money, our new people joined. Tony has no money, welcome newcomers. Bo Feng Shuman, welcome newcomers. Limlu Tempest, welcome to the newcomers. Marquis Vauban, welcome to the newcomers. The surname Cao, the name Cao, the word Mangdi, welcome newcomers. Brother Su, it's really a group of repeaters, and I'm really drunk. Brother Su, but then again, Tu Shan is carrying a handle, this name really makes me feel a lot of emotion. Tony has no money. Tony has no money, it can make the administrator feel a lot of emotion. It seems that the strength of the newcomer is very powerful. What does the administrator exist? If it's just an ordinary person, then what qualifications does the administrator have to say the word with emotion? Tu Shan carried the handle, who are you? People in the Yuki-Dao League. Tu Shan carried the handle, there is still this kind of picture that can appear in my consciousness, what the do you want to do in a spirit? She was cultivating just now, and the sudden appearance of this strange interface shocked her for a while. Insulating claws can break all magic weapons in the world. But in the face of this weird interface, the insulating claw did not play any role. She hit this weird picture several times, but there was no fluctuation. This also let her know that this weird picture may not be a magic weapon, or even a spell. Marquis Vauban, Yuki-Dao League? What is that? Marquis Vauban, but having said that, I have seen some Taoist priests from the mysterious East. Those Taoist priests are really interesting. Do you mean the Dao League is an alliance of Taoist priests? Tu Shan carried the handle, have you met a Taoist priest, but you don't know Yuki-Dao League? Tu Shan carried the handle, hey. Do you think that Tu Shan Honghong is very easy to deceive? Limlu Tempest, I want to say, newcomer, you just came, do you want to look at the group profile? After reading it, I will look at the memory scene in the group profile. I believe that after reading in the future, you will understand everything. Marquis Vauban, yes, let's speak after reading it. Marquis Vauban, as you are a newcomer, I don't care about you. As soon as the newcomer came, the administrator spoke out. And from the administrator's words, he could see that this newcomer is not ordinary. What's more, the newcomer doesn't understand the situation, so there is no need to care about her in general. It doesn't make much sense. Brother Su, actually, I want to know more now, how far your world has developed. Have you eliminated Jin Renfen as a standard? Brother Su, after you get to know the exchange group, just talk to me. Brother Su, as an administrator, I need to pay proper attention to the world situation of each group friend. Chapter 50, Red Envelope is gone. Tony doesn't have any money. Tisk tisk, the administrator, you are very concerned about this newcomer. Tony has no money. Several of us have not realized this extraordinary concern. Is this kind of differentiated care of the administrator, is it unfair? I trust you to have no money. I also want to enjoy this extraordinary care, hee. Tony has no money, Slime's madly smiling. Limulu Tempest. Limulu Tempest, why do you use my picture, Mr. Shit Dumpling? You have violated my portrait rights and need to compensate me. Limulu Tempest, I don't want too much, Mr. Shit Bigger will pay me for a more advanced steel suit. Steel suit, that's a man's romance. If possible, he also wants to experience the feeling of fighting in mecha. Tony has no money. Tony has no money, King Mo, are you too cruel? Doesn't this match your image at all? Tony has no money, don't ask me for a steel suit. If you want more, wouldn't you want to bankrupt me? Brother Su, ahem. Limuru, don't change the subject for now, get back to business. Mr. Shidach, what did you just say? I didn't see it clearly, but vaguely remembered that you asked me to care about you, right? Brother Su, look at my hand. Recently it started to shake again. If you shake it a little bit, you may have to say goodbye to our kind and lovely group of friends. Brother Su, Slime's madly smiling. Tony has no money. The administrator, has he started to play his shameless noble character again? But this time, he will never bow to the dark forces. Tony has no money. I just said that the administrator is fair and just, there is absolutely no selfishness, and everyone is treated equally, and the group will be managed in an orderly manner. I trust you to have no money, the administrator is wrong. I definitely didn't say that kind of extraordinarily concerned words. Tony has no money, how could I say that kind of thing? Limlu Tempest. Wave Wind Water Gate. Marquis Vauban. Surname Cao, Caozi Mangde. Tony has no money, you four become repeaters again. Limlu Tempest, hey. Repeater. Limlu Tempest, Mr. Shit, I want to admonish you, licking the dog will not kill you. Limlu Tempest, lick the dog to the end, and ultimately nothing. Tony has no money. Can't lick the dog to die? Anyway, what did he do just now? Didn't you say something to the administrator? Those words, he was from the bottom of his heart, without any false words. Tony has no money. Oh, guys, my steel suit is about to be manufactured. I originally wanted to make more red envelopes for you, but now it seems to be forgotten. Tony has no money, I am a dog. So, tell you, there is no red envelope. The red envelope is gone. Limlu Tempest, oh, what happened just now? Why don't I know anything? Limlu Tempest, Mr. Tony, although we haven't met each other, I can be sure that you must be a lot handsome lately. Tony has no money. King Mo, is that so realistic? Chapter 51, A Beautiful Dream. Bo Feng Shuman, ahem. Limuru, you have to pay attention to your image anyway. Bo Feng Shuman, but then, Tony, after you develop the steel suit, you can remember to send the iron suit red envelopes. I can look forward to this for a long time. Tony has no money. Tony doesn't have any money, I can see it. It turns out that you have premeditated, and you have long aimed at my iron suit, right? Tony has no money, a group of beasts. Before the steel suit was born, you took aim at it, and ask yourself, do you have any guilt? Brother Su, Mr. Big Shit, you are so good. Tu Shan carried the handle, is the administrator. I now have some understanding of the existence of exchange groups. Tu Shan carried the handle, but I see that those memory scenes are the future scenes of the group of friends. Then I wonder if the administrator can tell me that my future has fulfilled that dream. Dream. Yes, her dream, a beautiful dream. As for the dream, she didn't say, because she felt that as the administrator of this magical exchange group, since she knew her future, she must know her dream. Since that wrong thing happened, this dream has taken root in her heart. Brother Su, no right. Brother Su, however, in the future, the relationship between the monsters has indeed eased a lot. At the very least, the situation of fighting desperately as soon as they meet is much less. Brother Su, but you and Dongfang Yuechu have not fulfilled their dreams in this life. Tu Shan carried the handle, Dongfang Yuechu? Who is that? She had heard of the eastern spirit race of the human race, but it was a human force with the same reputation as the human race Heaven and Earth One Sword King power family, and it had a great influence among the human race. But at the beginning of Dongfang Moon, she really hadn't heard of it. Who is that? Brother Su, well, how would you describe this? Tu Shan carried the handle, Master Administrator, please describe it, I don't care. Yes, no matter what the administrator said, she would not care too much. Is it useful? Not to mention whether she can beat the administrator, the world is different, she can do nothing. What's more, looking at it like this, the administrator knows her future, so, even if the words are awkward, this person has a great relationship with her, and she will accept anything about her enemy. After all, it is a good thing to know the enemy's name earlier. Know in advance, you can solve it in advance. Brother Su, in your timeline, Jin Renfen has not attacked Yutishan, so you probably have not seen Dongfang Yuechu, but I am not afraid to tell you that Dongfang Yuechu is your beloved person in the future. Brother Su, perhaps you feel that you will only fight for the ideals in your heart in this life, and you will devote yourself to it. There is no place in your heart to accommodate the sprout and growth of the seeds of love. Brother Su, but if a person gives up everything for the dream in your heart, goes to a place that he hates, desperately to become famous, just to help you fulfill your dream, and use your life as a lover for you. Bet, in your heart, will your heart beat? Brother Su, ha! Actually, your inner obsession with your dreams is nothing more than that you didn't control well and killed your savior. That kind of guilt has been fermenting, and this has also created your two painful and helpless lives. Brother Su, but believe me, after joining this exchange group, your destiny will definitely change. Brother Su, after all, it's not too difficult to resurrect a person. Chapter 52, Tragic Love Drama Hero. Tu Shan carried the handle, I don't know, nor have I thought about this issue. Tu Shan carried the handle, if, as the administrator said, there is such a person, I might really be different. She is now suffering from nightmares every night, and the scene at the beginning has been replayed in front of her. That scene was the obsession of her life. Only let the monsters stop fighting, be truly peaceful, and fulfill the dream of the little Taoist priest. At that time, perhaps her obsessions will dissipate in a real sense. Brother Su, for me, you left Tishan, for me, you became famous, for me, you did your best to prevent the fight between the monsters and the monsters, just for the me who could not tolerate you in my heart. Brother Su, this sentence was what you said to Dongfang Yuechuo at the moment when the miserable ending happened. 2 lines of tears fell during the conversation, which is really very touching. Tu Shan carried the handle. Ask yourself, if she really said this, then at that time, she must be very guilty. At the beginning of Eastern Moon. Is this the name of the person you love in the future? She thought that in her life, she would never fall in love with others, nor would she fall in love with others. But now it seems that is not the case. Moreover, the administrator said that the exchange group can revive people. If the little Taoist priest can really be resurrected, then the guilt and pain in her heart may gradually disappear. Tony has no money. Well, how do I feel that the boss who joined this time is the protagonist of a tragic love drama? And this seems to be the love tragedy of the love of a lady. Limlu Tempest, I also can see that, if it is true as the administrator said, the future end of the big sister is really terrible. Limlu Tempest, but the big sister can rest assured, since you have joined the exchange group, then everyone is a group of friends, relying on everyone's strength. I believe that big sister will have a happy future. Marquis Vauban, yes, that's right. Marquis Vauban, even if we are not strong enough, there are also the presence of the administrator and the group leader. Both of these are superpowers. From the moment you join this exchange group, your destiny has changed. If anyone who is familiar with the Marquis of Vauban saw what he said, he would be dumbfounded. After all, the Marquis of Vauban was ruthless and famous for his weird character. Take the initiative to speak words to help others, afraid that you are not dreaming? If before joining the exchange group, someone told the Marquis of Vauban that he might take the initiative to help others in the future, then he would definitely blow his head to see what was in his head. He took the initiative to help others, what's a joke? But now, the exchange group is the key to his becoming stronger. These group friends are all powerful people from different worlds. The exchange of good feelings is profitable and harmless. Brother Su, you continue to talk, everyone will help each other in the future, so that everyone can go further on the road to the strong. Brother Su, I have something to do, so let's get off first. You guys talk. After leaving this sentence, Su Chen's consciousness withdrew from the exchange group. His strengthening process is not over yet, more than 10,000 points, can't always pile up and become moldy, right? What's the use of this? En Tishan Hong Hong? This Tu Shan carries a handle, and he pays attention to breaking the 10,000 magic with one force. Under her insulating claws, all magic weapons and supernatural powers are all vain. The only way to defeat her is to surpass her in demon power. But in that world, how many people have been stronger than Tu Shan Hong Hong's demon power throughout the ages? Chapter 53, Enhanced Bar Open. This matter, slowly think about it later. Su Chen whispered to himself, and then with a thought, a blue virtual barrier appeared in front of him. Strengthen the bar. Magic, Perfect Edition, points required to upgrade, 1000. Flying Thunder God's Art, Perfect Edition, points required to upgrade, 2000. Karma Fire Convict Divine Power, Perfect Edition, points required to upgrade, 4000. Looking at the 3 strengthening options displayed on the virtual screen, Su Chen rubbed his chin and began to meditate in a low voice. The 3 enhancement options are all perfect versions. But the enhanced points of the 3 perfect versions are not the same. He is not clear, what is the upper limit of these 3 strengthening options? Infinite strengthening, he thinks, is not very possible. There are a lot of points required for each enhancement, and the increase is very large, not the kind of slightly more increase. Magic element, first strengthen it and see how it feels. As soon as the voice fell, an invisible wave dispersed in Su Chen's body, as if a tourist traveling in the desert found a sweet spring. It was an extremely wonderful feeling. The beauty of life evolution is the instinctive desire of living beings, the kind of comfort, above all else. At this time, the options for magic elements have also changed in the enhancement column. Magic Element, Enhanced +1, points required to upgrade, 5000. After the magic element is strengthened, the concentration is about twice the previous, and the amount is 3 times the previous. After carefully perceiving the changes in the magic element, Su Chen thought in his heart, this is about 6 times more cost-effective. But the battle damage intensity is far more than 6 times. Is the improvement brought by one strengthening so big? Then, do it again. At the same moment, in the exchange group. Ding! Group announcement. The points mall has been updated, and new products are added, restoration of seals, amplifying seals, and healing seals. Further notice, the enhanced bar is open. The specific magical effect, please explore by group members. Tony has no money. Tony has no money, my god, the points mall has been updated? 3 new products appear? And the enhancement bar is also opened. Tony has no money, no, I have to go and see. Marquis Vauban, het. Mr. Shidajah is indeed the king of the water group. After receiving the group announcement, the first reaction was to speak in the group. Marquis Vauban, the old man has already seen it. 100 points for restoring talisman seals can restore the energy in one's body to a perfect state, 1 for boosting talisman seals, 100 points, can increase combat power by 10%, once use up to 5 for sex. Marquis Vauban, and the healing talisman has 200 points, regardless of multiple injuries, it can instantly heal half of the injuries. Marquis Vauban, these 3 talismans alone can bring a great improvement to our group's fighting. Limlu Tempest, yes. Imagine that we will fight the enemy in the future, holding 3 kinds of talisman, each of which takes a few hundred, and the light consumption can consume the enemy to death. Limlu Tempest, ha, I can't beat you, I'm sick of you. I'm consuming you. That kind of picture is absolutely beautiful. Every time he was seriously injured and the enemy felt that he was about to die, his body suddenly recovered completely, his energy was complete, and his strength even became stronger. That definitely, the opponent who can hit was caught off guard. Even if the opponent is much stronger than himself, he who uses the amplifying talisman is not his opponent, but he can stand firm. You just can't kill me, what can you do? Chapter 54, How embarrassing! Bo Feng Shuman, Limuru's words are not bad, not to mention the strengthening bar, these 3 kinds of seals alone can make our strength and survivability soar. Bo Feng Shuman, speaking of you, do you look at the strengthening column? Bo Feng Shuman, the most basic chakra repairs require 2500 points. This really makes me helpless. Tony has no money, well. I suddenly found a very embarrassing thing. My future fighting method is based on mechas. But why, the products in the enhancement bar and the points mall are all aimed at me. Tony has no money, I can only strengthen my abilities. I am an ordinary person, what can I strengthen? Marquis Vauban, Mr. Shidaki's words are wrong. I feel that the reinforcement bar is very reasonable for you. You control the mecha in the future, but you can't always wear the mech. Marquis Vauban, if you are very fragile, then in the future, when facing an extremely powerful enemy, some attacks may penetrate the mecha and directly affect your body and soul. Then what will you use to block it? Marquis Vauban, A&D. There is another most important factor. The stronger the strength, the longer the lifespan. Marquis Vauban, if you are just a mortal womb, then when we are still happy, you have entered 10,000 years, think about it, don't you feel sad? Being strong is truly strong. Although he has seen the memory scenes about Tony and knows that the steel suit is not weak, if it develops, it may be stronger than he is now. However, foreign objects are foreign objects after all. No matter how strong you are, as an enemy, you only need to wipe out your life, and then you will be revenge. I live, but you are dead. This alone is enough to explain a lot. Tony has no money. What the old Marquis said, it is true. Tony has no money, but I don't have any extraordinary power, and I don't have any cultivation secrets for me to practice. Then even if I get the points, isn't it still useless? Marquis Vauban, ha ha ha. Marquis Vauban, it's easy to want extraordinary power. Marquis Vauban, come on, post a photo of you to make everyone happy. I will send you a theocracy, so that you have extraordinary power. How about? Tony has no money. If he does this, I'm afraid the administrator will kick him. Damage to the wind. Even if the administrator and the group owner didn't care about him, but he posted a photo in it, he might not be able to look up in the group in the future. As long as you are in the group, one day you will get extraordinary powers, so you won't be in a hurry. Limlu Tempest, ah. The old Marquis really loves my heart, Mr. Shadaj. I think this idea is good. You send a photo, I also give a skill. What do you think? Limlu Tempest, what? Is it tempted? Tony has no money, go away. Limlu Tempest, oh. Mr. Shit, don't be like this. Limlu Tempest, send 2 beautiful photos for everyone to enjoy. Slime's funny face, Slime's funny face. Ding, Limru Tempest was silenced by the administrator for 10 minutes. Brother Su, our group, the group wind really can't be crooked. Brother Su, this time, I will mute and warn. If there is another time, my hands will shake. Brother Su, actually, I'm not too unfeeling. If you really want to make this kind of transaction, you can do it privately. There is no need to say in the group. How embarrassing is it? Tony has no money. What does the administrator mean? Chapter 55, Monster City. Brother Su, alright, get back to business. Su Xioj, as more group friends join in the future, the points mall will keep updated with the times, and there will be more and better things. Brother Su, the better things are, the more expensive they are. I think everyone understands this, right? Tony has no money, this is natural, understanding. Tony has no money, the more washing the better, which means the higher the production cost, so the price is naturally more expensive. Bo Feng Shuman, we understand this in our hearts. Bo Feng Shuman, but the administrator, can you point us to a new way to earn points? The group task refresh is based on luck. The group sign-in is only a little bit every day. The points are not enough. The opening of the reinforcement bar allowed him to see the hope of changing his tragedy. He knew very well in his heart that as long as he had enough points, his strength would usher in a leap in an extremely short strength, and he might even surpass the legendary 6 immortals. Anyway, the strength of the 6 immortals is just the strongest in the world they are in. And most importantly, if there are good things in the future, but they suffer from buying without points, wouldn't it be very embarrassing? Can only see, not use. Okay. Brother Su, the way to get points will be gradually opened in the future, so don't worry. Brother Su, for the improvement of your own strength, don't keep your eyes on the reinforcement bar. In the future, more and more powerful players will join the group. Brother Su, mutual transactions, mutual discussion, mutual promotion, and strength is the right way. Brother Su, of course, as long as you have enough points, there is no problem to patronize the reinforcement bar. The communication group function is gradually opening up, and he believes that there will be more ways to earn points in the future. There is also a point mall, which will definitely continue to be updated. Is this still a guess? How can the mall be updated only once? But having said that, what is the opportunity for the opening of the function of the exchange group and the update of the points mall? Does it have anything to do with the strength of his group leader? Magic element, enhancement +2, points required to upgrade, 10,000. Flying Thunder God Art, enhancement +1, points required to upgrade, 5,000. Karma Fire Convict Divine Power, enhanced +1, Points required to upgrade, 11,000. Hey, the points are still not enough. Su Chen looked at the data on the reinforcement bar and couldn't help sighing. With 17,000 points, a simple enhancement was made, and now there are 3,500 points left. 3,500 points, which sounds like a lot, but now he can only buy Fusewin in the points mall, and even Fusewin can't buy much. When there is no group task, can I only rely on group sign-in to get points? After completing a group mission and getting a lot of points, Su Chen is now very eager to do another group mission. Compared with the harvest of the group task, the group sign-in is just a small shrimp. Boom! A thunderous explosion suddenly sounded, directly interrupting Su Chen's meditation, which made his brows frown slightly. What happened outside? He immediately raised his head slightly and cast his gaze out of the window. I saw that the solid ground covered with concrete was full of big holes and pits, and it was devastated at first glance. And a bunch of pure black ferocious mice kept crawling out of the big hole, rushing in densely to the four directions, wantonly destroying all the facilities in this city. This song, Monster Slaughter. Chapter 56, Rat Tide. Is this a rat tide? Su Chen frowned slightly as he watched the black, biting rat swarms and muttered to himself. Immediately after he stepped out, his figure disappeared instantly. Although he knew that the world was unstable and there were all kinds of weird monsters and ghosts. But he didn't think about going out of his rental house, all kinds of devil guards. After all, this world is not the world in which one is born and raised, and neither of his family and friends are in this world. For him, this world has no feelings. Without birth, how can we return? In a foreign country, he is a foreign country, right? So if you have this time, it's better to chat in the exchange group to see if there are any new group tasks generated, and think about your future direction by the way. But he didn't take the initiative to kill the monsters and ghosts, but it didn't mean that these monsters had hit the door, and he would be familiar with it. Anyway, this is where he lives. Of course, he also wants to see how strong the instigator of this beast wave is. By the way, I also verify my current strength. Ah! Monster! Help! Demon Slaughter City, is this the Demon Slaughter City? Where are the powerhouses in Linjiang City? Why don't they make a move? Is it possible that they have to make a move after we die? In Linjiang City, there were constant shouts and curses. Although this is a world where the flowers of cultivation are in full bloom, ordinary people still have the most in this world. Kongmei realm practitioners can directly enter Linjiang University without relying on invitations. Lingdong realm is even more respected as the master. If there are many cultivators in the spiritual realm, then they will definitely not be called a master. What is a master? In a sense, this title also represents absolute scarcity. Roar! Not long after Su Chen walked towards the street, more than a dozen rodent monsters rushed towards him, and their scarlet eyes were full of cruelty and murderous desire. Humph! Su Chen snorted softly, and a dozen rat monsters started burning white flames. In a flash, it was burned to fly ash. There are also a lot of people in Linjiang City, otherwise this battle can be solved with a fire. Although Su Chen didn't have too deep feelings for this land, he couldn't do anything to deprive others of their lives arbitrarily, and he didn't have the mentality of treating people's lives as ants. What's more, there is not a single person in Linjiang City. The most important reason is that this land is also called China Land. It may be a little different, but in general, the people living in this land are also Chinese with black hair and black eyes, who claim to be descendants of Yan and Huang. Therefore, he couldn't be completely ruthless, nor could he watch these people die and mourn. People are not for themselves, and the earth will die. This sentence is true, he can actually leave, regardless of this matter. After all, if he wanted to leave, these demons couldn't stop him at all, and he didn't even know how to leave. But he was born with some kindness in his heart, and the The bottom line. Found it, you are hiding here. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and said softly. Immediately the body turned into a thunder light, which instantly appeared in a foul-smelling sewer near Linjiang City. It smells so stinky and smells rotten, no wonder we can raise so many mice. By the way, do you come out by yourself, or shall I invite you out? Su Chen's expression remained unchanged, and he stretched out his hand and said. As soon as the voice fell, the empty and gloomy sewers trembled suddenly, and then a huge black shadow slowly appeared from behind. At the moment when this black shadow appeared, the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped, and it became a bit icy. Chapter 57, From the Heart. I saw a huge black mouse walking out of the darkness, and the green mouse eyes flashed with humane light. This let Su Chen know that this giant mouse is probably not low in wisdom. Dear human beings, please allow me to offer you the most sincere apologies. I don't know that this city is your territory. I know that the mistakes I made are irreparable. I am guilty and I repent, so please allow me to do it for me. Compensation for the mistake. The black giant rat bowed slightly, learning human etiquette, and said very politely. This scene brought Su Chen a great impact. A huge mouse bows to you and apologizes just like a person, and vomits that he has made a mistake, he must repent and pay compensation. What is this? Demons and ghosts are the enemies of human life and death, don't they directly start the battle of life and death when they meet? What did this big mouse think? Is it higher IQ? In fact, after seeing the human powerhouse, the demon will indeed launch an offensive and attack the opponent frantically. The flesh and blood of the strong human beings contains pure energy, which has a great promotion effect on the evolution of demons. Otherwise, what would demons lead the race to slaughter the city? But within the black giant rat's perception, there was no such person as Su Chen. It can only be seen with the naked eye, but cannot be perceived at all. What a powerful existence is this! It can say that if it weren't for this strong man to speak and expose itself deliberately, it wouldn't know how it died. This made a guess in its heart, could it be that this is the great master of Tao fruit among humans? Only a great master can have this ability, right? The news it has received is that the recent human war situation has been uneven, and the great human masters have suppressed the situation on the battlefield, and cannot pay attention to these small cities. That's why it dared to lead the group to slaughter a human city and use the flesh and blood of the entire city to promote the substantial evolution of the entire rat group. Of course, if it can evolve once, it would be really great. But now, what is the situation? A great master, why didn't he sit on the battlefield and instead appeared in the small city of Linjiang? Just kidding? If it knows that a great master is sitting here, then if it is killed, it will not lead the group to Linjiang. This is not a massacre, but a death. A great human master has the power to suppress everything. The great human master, that is a powerful existence that can fight against the king. Now, it can only pray that this powerful being will spare its life on the premise that it has not done much killing. Of course, it will offer all its collections. Never hide private. It sees it thoroughly. Life is still there, then everything is there. Life is gone, so what is the use of having more collections? I don't see it, you're quite sincere. Su Chen rubbed his chin and said interestingly. He suddenly felt that this giant mouse was very interesting. Although it looks ugly and hideous, how can people want to laugh so much when they say what they say and what they do? Senior is magnanimous, how can the mouse continue to swim under the eyes of Senior? The black giant mouse didn't dare to hesitate, and said quickly, please don't worry, seniors, as long as the mouse rushes to the surface and destroys, the mouse will let it die, and the body will remain in Linjiang. The body of a demon is of great benefit to human cultivators. And the life and death of compatriots is not in the eyes of giant rats. As long as it is alive, the race will not be cut off. If it dies, then everything is over. Su Chen. This black giant mouse, feeling the breath, should be a spiritual realm cultivation base. In the dynamic realm, when placed on the human side, they are all masters, and on the side of demons, they are certainly not weak. But what makes him curious is, what exactly is the reason why it can be so difficult? Seriously, weird. Chapter 58, Contract Scroll. Tisk tusk, I am embarrassed to start with you so much. Su Chen laughed softly, this mouse has such a fierce appearance, but is so careful? Really, never seen before. Senior, junior. The black giant rat said very politely. Actually, he was quite happy when he heard what Su Chen said. This means that this human strong will not kill himself, and he does not need to die. As long as he does not die, everything is easy to say. But you are very interesting. I want to ask you something. Are you the lair here, or are you traveling all the way to Linjiang? Su Chen blinked and asked with a smile. He was really reluctant to kill such a funny mouse. The black giant rat hesitated a bit. If he lied, he would definitely be felt by this strong human, but to be honest, it came all the way to slaughter the city? It felt that as long as it said it, it was almost certain that its death would end. How? Isn't it convenient to say? Su Chen narrowed his eyes and said with a smile. With this smile, the black giant rat trembling all over, said quickly, it's not inconvenient, it's just, the junior lair is not here, it's in the black mist forest thousands of miles away. Su Chen was stunned when he heard the words, and said with a smile, 1,000 miles away? It seems that I was wrong. I didn't come here all the way, but all the way. What do you want to do here? My clan multiplies too fast, food has become a big problem, but because there are countless strong people in the black mist forest, my strength is weak, so I can only lead the clan to Linjiang to die. When I die to a certain point, I will lead the race back to the black mist forest. Just to die? Yes, the tribe has gone through life and death. On the one hand, it will reduce food pressure, and on the other hand, it will increase the number of strong people in the group. This is a method of killing two birds with one stone. But the juniors really did not expect that this is the seniors. Okay, you don't have to say such things. I can probably guess your intentions. Don't be nervous, I won't kill you. Su Chen raised his brows and said slowly, but if I don't kill you, it doesn't mean that I will let you go intact. Come on, drop a drop of blood on this. Before the words were finished, an ancient scroll appeared in front of the black giant mouse, and the old vicissitudes of life on it made the black giant mouse understand. This scroll is not simple. Is this the slave contract in the legend? But it didn't hesitate, instead bit his finger very happily, dripping a drop of blood. In front of the great master, does it have room to resist? What's more, there is a king-level powerhouse as the backstage, which is also a great good thing. As for human beings? Please, as long as it can protect it, it cares whether the backstage is human or monster. If the demon kills it and humans protect it, it would rather take refuge in the human side. The biggest expectation in its heart is that the race can be strong, and one day, it can become the king of the black mist forest, who is above it. Therefore, it cannot die. You are very decisive. Su Chen nodded slightly, and immediately waved his right hand, retracting the ancient scroll. In the exchange group, the point mall of the group owner is different from the point mall of ordinary group friends, and the contract scroll is the product of this point mall update. Contract scroll, 1000 points. But this product can only be seen by him at this stage. It is the honor of my life to be able to serve seniors, no, serving the master. The black giant rat crawled on the ground and said respectfully. Su Chen. This mouse has a lot of knowledge of his identity. And the speed of change is too fast, right? Chapter 59, Die for Points. You take your rats back. Where do you come from? Where do you go back? Su Chen said softly, if you encounter danger in the future, you can directly notify me through this contract, but this time, the rats that have hurt humans, let them stay. From now on, for no reason, you must not harm humanity. Of course. If a cultivator launches an attack on you, feel free to. In fact, the purpose of his first coming here was just to kill the leader of this rat tide. Demon Slaughter City, he wouldn't just ignore such things. But this kind of heartwarming mouse made him feel a bit interesting, and it also gave him an idea that he could cultivate this kind-hearted mouse. Rats have a strong ability to multiply. If the rats have strong evolutionary ability, it may be a disaster for other species in the world. But with the control of the contract scroll, this will only be the power in his hands. This is just a conjecture in his mind. As for the success or failure, he has to try it before he knows. The rat tide natural disaster sounds a bit interesting. He also knew that the outbreak of rat tides by black rats was definitely not to reduce the number of their own ethnic groups, otherwise there would be no need to come to human cities. In the Black Fog Forest, there is always a way to reduce the number of races, right? Of course, he doesn't reveal it either. But he is alone, so all the mice that have hurt the people of Linjiang City, stay. Yes, Master. The Black Mouse nodded and said, without any hesitation, he raised his head and let out a neigh. Then 10,000 rats screamed, especially the rats on Linjiang City were howling miserably. Because they have learned the king's order, but as subordinates, they can only obey. So for a while, the wailing continued. The contract has been signed, can I directly benefit the Black Mouse through the contract? Su Chen looked at the figure of the Black Mouse going away and asked silently in his heart. Can you use your points to transform the Black Rat's race so that it has the ability to fight and swallow evolution? Can. How many points do you need? Simple transformation, roughly possessing the ability of swallowing evolution, requires 100,000 points. Detailed transformation, simply possessing the ability of swallowing evolution, requires 300,000 points. Perfect transformation, so that it has the ultimate combat swallowing evolution ability, requires 1,000,000 points. Su Chen listened to the cold voice's answer, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and a trace of helplessness flashed in his eyes. Being able to transform means that he can realize the conjecture in his heart. But are there too many points for this transformation? Perfect transformation, need 1,000,000 points? This is just a transformation, who knows if it needs to be strengthened in the future. Although it hasn't been long since he became the owner of the exchange group, he probably has some understanding of the exchange group. This is an exchange group that requires points and is well versed in making money. With points, you can become powerful quickly. No points, just wait. The 3 transformation levels all need to replace their bloodlines. Replace bloodline? It seems that as long as you have points, you can basically do anything, right? After a moment of silence, Su Chen asked in a low voice. It's just that the exchange group didn't say anything again, whether it was tacit or incapable, which required Su Chen to guess. It looks pretty arrogant. After saying this, Su Chen chuckled, then turned around and disappeared in place. Here, someone will come soon. He still doesn't want to be the focus. Trouble. Chapter 60, Master Incognito. Not long after Su Chen left, a group of masked figures appeared around, sensing the scent of demons gradually dissipating in the air, and all of them bowed their heads not knowing what they were thinking. This is one, the Spirit Sea Realm monster. The rodent monster, launching the rat tide, shows that there are many rat races under the command. But just now, all the rodent monsters in Linjiang City have all committed themselves to death. This vision, combined with the move of this agile rodent monster to retreat, obviously, should be forced. Could it be that someone from my human race came here? But apart from the Great Master, who can persecute such a rat monster without blood? The messages were analyzed and dissected by the visitors, and finally they came to a conclusion that the Great Human Master came and forced the rat monster to retreat. But among them, there are many doubts. Let's not mention the fact that the great masters are sitting on the battlefield and cannot get away from them. Just the arrival of the great master will never just force the rat monster to leave. Death will be the only ending for the rat monster. How many breaths can the spirit realm monster struggle with when facing the Dao fruit realm grand master? Do you want to report it to the top? A man in black with a bronze ghost face said in a deep voice that the results of their analysis may be very different, so it needs to be carefully considered, whether to report or not. But if the results of their analysis are true, there is a great master who is not on the roster in China, then it will be a great good thing for China and for the entire mankind. After all, this great master can help mankind, which means that he still has his heart toward mankind. As long as this is confirmed, things will be much easier. When a great master joins the battlefield and sits in it, it will definitely reduce the pressure on other great masters. But if intelligence errors, a lot of manpower and material resources are wasted without any gains, then they may be severely punished. Report truthfully and explain all the possibilities. A man in black with a clown mask raised his head, looked around, and solemnly said, "This matter is of great importance. I wait and I must not hide anything. How things are handled depends on how Shang Feng handles them." Time flies, and a month passes quietly. Because Su Chen deliberately concealed his identity, coupled with Jarvis's city surveillance and sabotage, the information that Su Chen is a strange master has not yet been exposed. No one would have thought that a young grandmaster from a hidden family would be the hidden grandmaster. Yes, Su Chen's identity has long been investigated. After all, the fact that Su Chen went to Linjiang University to participate in the celebration was not a secret thing, so a little investigation can find it out. Hidden power, young master. A grandmaster is indeed worthy of attention, but all its value is far inferior to a grandmaster. In Linjiang City, there is a great master hiding. And the 1-month pursuit without results also gave China some speculation. Or, there is no great master, this is just a wild guess on one side of them, but in this case, the inexplicable end of the rat tide will be a suspenseful case. Or, the great master had been treated unfairly when he was weak, and even if he became a great master, he was still discouraged and unwilling to exert his powerful strength. The second guess is very likely. After this speculation was put forward, it also made a certain great master in China angry. The Grand Master is so frustrated that he is so disheartened and buried in a small remote town incognito. From this we can see how sad is in his heart. For a time, the whole China ushered in a change from top to bottom. A great master is absolutely qualified to change certain policies of China.